Recording in progress.
Good morning. Good morning, very much, honorable members. Good morning, Deputy Minister Mondli Gungubele. Let me greet the leadership of the department, the entities that are present in this meeting. I greet both departments, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as well as the DCDT. My name is Kusela Sangoni Diko. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Technology.
I'm going to follow up on a claim on a tire and
Tembu, please mute. Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable members, this meeting this morning has been called to discuss a number of items, and I'll ask the Secretariat to just put up the agenda. As we do so, I'm going to also request members of the subcommittee to also, of the Portfolio Committee, to also introduce themselves, given the fact that we would have colleagues in this meeting who may not have been before this Portfolio Committee before. In front of us, there's the agenda. It's a briefing by DCDT as well as COGTA on the progress on the establishment of the State Digital Infrastructure Company, the SDIC. We've also invited, as part of that discussion, a number of non-ICT government entities, including amongst them Eskom, Transnet, Prasa, and Sanral. Time permitting, we will also then consider the reports of visits that were undertaken by members of the committee, KwaZulu-Natal by Honourable Vilakazi, the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, and the trip to India. So may I just check firstly if we have apologies? Then I will ask that we move agenda item number 1 to the end of the meeting. I'd like us to dispense with the issues that involve guests from outside before we then deal with matters that are really just a Portfolio Committee issues and housekeeping. Secretariat, do we have any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have an apology for the Minister DCDT, the Ministers dealing with other cabinet issues. We also have an apology for the DG. She will be in the meeting at the first half of the meeting and then will leave. We also have apology for the Minister COGTA. He's with the Select Committee elsewhere. The Minister of the Department of Transport with another committee, and also the Minister of Electricity and Energy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Given the fact that we have those apologies, I take it that they said to their people, go, you are representing us there. So thank you very much. Honourable members.
One more, Mr. Subrathie will leave the meeting at 10, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honourable members, may I request a mover for the adoption of the agenda with the proposed changes?
I move, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Bodlani. May we have a seconder?
Second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Shongwe. Can I then invite members of the Portfolio Committee to also just introduce themselves in the meeting? I will start with Honourable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of Portfolio Committee. Chair, is my video? Oh, thank you. Sanbonani, good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members, Nama officials, Onkes and Lumele Lexeni. My name is Honourable Tunani Shong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makubele.
Morning, Chair. May I kindly ask not to put up my video for now? I can put it on shortly. Chairperson, good morning, and the honorable members. I greet all the officials and our guests. My name is Honorable Colleen Makubele from MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Makubele. I will
Commander,
report.
morning.
I will report you to the Chief Whip of MK. Thank you very much, Honourable Makubele. May I move to Honourable Chauke Adonis? Honourable Chauke Adonis? Okay, we'll come back to Honourable Chauke Adonis. Honourable Subrathie.
Apologies, Chair. Apologies for that. I was struggling to unmute myself. Greetings, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, also to the ministers, deputy ministers of the various departments, and also the support team that has joined us. My name is Tsakofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. Chairperson, I am requesting that I do not take off my camera, but you can put the face to the voice. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chauke Adonis. Honourable Subrathie?
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers on the call. Honourable guests, I am Honourable Subrathie, a member of this portfolio. So my Chairperson, I request that I not switch on my cameras.
Okay, I understand you're traveling, Honourable Subrathie, so we will indulge, but
that is correct, Chairperson.
Our guests think that we don't put on cameras in this meeting. No, it's fine. Thank you. Can I then move to Honourable Elisha?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone in the meeting. My name is Siqolise Xilishe of the Economic Freedom Fighters. I'm the member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Elisha. Honourable Vilakazi?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to colleagues on the call. My name is Sibongiseni Vilakazi, a member of the DA and a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gungubele. Thank you. Honourable members, I'm not sure if you may, DM, you may.
Good morning, Honourable members, Chair. My name is Modli Gungubele, Deputy Minister, DCDT.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I'm not sure if there's any member in the meeting that I may have left out, but I'm not seeing any other names. If there is, please may I ask that they indicate.
You left out your favorite member.
Oh, Honourable Bodlani, Askisi. I said your
Let's
name.
just say you were saving the best for last.
I was indeed. Honourable Bodlani.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to colleagues on the call. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Secretariat, do you confirm that we have a quorum for the meeting?
We have a quorum to go ahead, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you once again. I think maybe without any waste of time, we should proceed with the agenda items. Just in terms of background, members will remember that twice already this committee would have sat on the matter of the State Digital Infrastructure Company, the SDIC. The SDIC, as you know, would have come as a cabinet resolution, I think, in 2027 as part of the SOE rationalization process, which follows a number of preceding interventions, I suppose, by government to look at streamlining the state-owned enterprises, as well as, I suppose, rationing issues of duplications of mandates and so forth. It also has its genesis in the National ICT White Paper of 2014, if I'm not mistaken, and obviously the National Development Plan 2030. In the NDP, there is a very clear proposal, recommendation, and therefore adopted position of the country that we should look at streamlining the digital assets of the country in a wholesale provider of broadband connectivity in particular, and also doing this on an open access basis. Now, we thought that it was important that we invite the two departments, firstly the DCDT, because the mandate for the establishment of the SIDC resides with the DCDT through, amongst others, Sentech and BBI. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been tasked with the development of the Smart Cities framework, which, as all of us will appreciate, would have ICTs as part of its foundational principles. But over and above that, COGTA is also responsible for the coordination of local government. And as we know, it is in local government, in municipalities, where all of this needs to happen. So we are of the view that such a conversation cannot take place without those particular entities present. Now, when it comes to the entities that reside in the Department of Transport, which would be Sanral, Prasa, and Transnet, these are very important institutions in our socio-economic landscape. But not only that, they possess very significant digital infrastructure assets, including amongst them broadband, which they largely use for their own internal purposes, but over and above that have excess capacity of broadband. Similarly, then Eskom, and hence we had also invited the ministers and those departments present together with the entities. So what we seek to do as a portfolio committee, and I think in line with our oversight responsibility, is to firstly assess the progress that is being made with the establishment of the SDIC in fulfillment of the NDP and the various government decisions that have been taken in this regard. We want to also have a sense of collaboration, cooperation between the department, DCDT, COGTA, and the various entities that I have mentioned towards what is this envisaged goal. In the brief to the entities, they were also asked to give us a sense of their network and obviously the utilization of that network as indicated above. So maybe if I can just stop it there in terms of opening remarks. I do want to say that we have quite a number of presentations to go through. So I would like to propose firstly that we will start with the two departments, take engagement on the substance of the presentations of the two departments. Each department, each entity in presentation will have no more than 20 minutes. So I request that you adhere to that time limit, given the fact that there's quite a lot that we need to get through. The members, on your engagements with the presentations, we will request that you take no more than 5 minutes making your input to ensure that we are able to get through. Any additional minute is at the discretion of the chairperson, and I hope that you will bear with us in that regard. Without wasting any other further time, then, can I invite Deputy Minister Gungubele? I have not been advised whether any of the other deputy ministers are here since we have apology from the ministers. But Deputy Minister Gungubele, if you could lead us, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, DM.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, honourable members, leaders of different departments, and all colleagues in attendance. I'll be very quick now that you've articulated the time. And the other thing I forgot, I know I'm taking a risk, that I would request that to catch my flight by 1 o'clock, I should be out of the committee if the chair can so induct. Quickly, I don't want to waste time because you've given quite a very useful background that we are here to deal with the matter of consolidating the ICT infrastructure to ensure that we optimize the infrastructure at our disposal, to ensure that the universal meaningful access is achieved in our lifetime. For that to happen, from the background of the white paper and NTP, you have already spoken about, including the presidential 4IR objectives. That meant a particular journey need to be embarked on of rationalizing state-owned company, in particular those that deal with the broadband. And the phase one of that would have looked at BBI and Centec forming a state digital infrastructure company, which would have access to access infrastructure of the non-ICT companies, which actually encountered a lot of challenges, which will be articulated in the presentation. For instance, the BBI and Centec, putting them together, the option would be to be Centec acquire BBI, which would be preceded by, as per the Company Act, due diligence, checking solvency and liquidity, an exercise that actually led to a requirement of 1.8 billion, which could not be provided neither by DCDT because of fiscal challenges and IDC's concern of the balance sheets of the BBI. The facts of those will be presented here. And of course, we'll also share with you the challenges in the meantime as we have found a solution for SIDC, the challenges that are encountered in as far as dealing with the excess infrastructure of the non-ICT companies being Prasa, Transnet, Eskom, and so on. Without waste of time, Honourable Chair, the biggest request we'll be requesting here is that we work together to actually overcome the challenges of accessing that infrastructure in a manner that actually eliminates competition between ICT institutions and the non-ICT institutions which have got access ICT infrastructure, which actually affect negatively the underserved area and actually the poor. Having said that, I'll ask DG to lead very quickly. I thought it was important to give that those remarks, if you don't mind. DG.
Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister. Greetings to the Honourable Chair, to the Honourable members. Chair, as you know, we are hosting the third working group for the digital economy for G20 this week. But I'm joined on the platform by DDG, Acting DDG, Mr. Dixono, responsible for infrastructure, as well as Mr. Rendani Museta. I would like to then request, Rendani is going to take us through the presentation, and he will be supported by the CE of BBI, as well as the CE of Centec, who are both on the platform.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before you proceed, Mr. Museta, may I just check who is leading the delegation from COGTA?
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, I am Kevin Naidu. I am the Deputy Director General responsible for policy, governance, and administration in the department. I am joined by my colleague, Ms. Angeline Ngwenya. She's the director responsible for spatial and urban planning in the department. I will make the presentation, Honourable Chairperson, when the time comes for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcomed with your delegation, Mr. Naidu. Thank you so much. Mr. Museta, you may proceed.
Thanks, Chair, and morning members, honourable members, and DM and the DG and the acting DDG. I will be making a presentation. I will start with the first few slides, and then I will hand over to the CEOs, the CEO of BBI, as well as the CEO of Centec. I'm not sure if I'm able to flight the presentation, if I have the rights to do so.
Can we give Mr. Museta rights, and can you open your video, please, sir?
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks for that. Apologies for that. I'm trying to share the screen. I'm not sure if ever I'm able to share the presentation.
You have the hosting rights, Mr. Museta.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm not sure if it's sharing, Chair.
I'm not seeing anything, Mr. Museta.
Oh, okay.
Now it seems to be sharing. It's open now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Okay. Yes, I will start with the first few slides, and I think the Chair and the DM have already shared a most of the background, of which I wouldn't really go into the detail of the background. Just safe to say that following the cabinet approval of the rationalization framework that was developed by the department, the approach was to do this in a phased manner, where we have those phases. Phase one, which was about starting with the merger of BBI and Centec, and then deal with the access agreements with the non-ICT SOEs, of which include your Eskom, Transnet, Prasa, and then the municipal networks, broadband networks, which fall under COGTA, so that we can be able to strengthen that as part of ensuring that we achieve the NDP goals, as the Chair has indicated. And that would then further to also look at some of the collaborations that could be had with the private sector as well. With starting with the phase one, what we have done as a department is that we had then came up with the proposal, which we then shared with the Office of the State Law Advisors, just to get to then say, how do we then approach this? And the advice from the State Law Office of the State Law Advisors was to say, perhaps we may need to look at using the Chapter 5 of the Companies Act, which is mergers and acquisitions, that is transactions and takeovers. So we looked at that as well, because one of the issues that the Office of the State Law Advisors looked at was to ensure that the state does not waste time in doing this, and as well as ensuring that it saves state resources whilst doing that. Those were some of the considerations that were taken. So with that, then the department then approached Centec to see if we can be able to use the Companies Act, wherein Centec can then acquire BBI, and in that, that's when the Section 113 of the Companies Act came in terms of ensuring that both companies that are being merged or both companies that are considering a merger should satisfy the solvency and the liquidity test. So to that is when Sentech had to comply with that by doing a due diligence, a financial due diligence on BBI. And then it transpired that in that due diligence, for these to work, Sentech did indicate that given BBI's financial position, there will be a requirement of a capital injection of 1.8 billion, of which at the time the shareholders, and even now as the shareholders, as government, we couldn't be able to provide that due to the fiscal constraints that will be required for this. We've made several requests from National Treasury, which really just indicated that it could not happen due to the fiscal constraints, as well as the balance sheet of BBI could not allow IDC also to come in to be able to do that.
Sorry,
so then,
Mr. Museta, your slides don't seem to be moving, and it's not on slide mode, so we're not really following you very well.
I don't know what would be, because it's on slide mode on my side and I'm on slide 3.
I'm not sure if it's just me.
Oh, okay. Can I get confirmation?
No, it's not moving. Okay, now it's moving. Can you put it on slide mode, please?
Okay. Is it on slide mode now?
Not yet.
Sure. On my side, it's showing it's on slide mode.
Okay, please proceed, Mr. Museta. At least we can read it.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, and yeah, so that's where we were, where we then looked at BBI's requirement. I mean, Sentech's requirement in terms of BBI's capital injection. So then it meant that we then have to ensure that BBI starts to deal with this issue of addressing the balance sheet, and as well as ensuring that. So as part of addressing the financial position and strengthening of its balance sheet, BBI developed a turnaround strategy, which currently is being implemented as part of the 2025-26 APP. And at the center of that is the turnaround plan. I mean, at the center of the turnaround plan is the sustainability revenue plan, because we then realized that BBI was not generating enough revenue for it to be able to cover or to turn around in terms of its financial position. So on the other hand, also as a department, we are working on a memorandum of understanding to also ask the DBSA to assist us in terms of transactional advisory services to determine the feasibility of how BBI can be turned around to improve its financial position. So we're looking at this to then say the improved financial position of BBI will result in a strong balance sheet, which will allow BBI to raise capital from the market to cover the 1.8 shortfall. And that this is very critical, particularly considering that we couldn't, as the shareholders, raise that capital directly. So when we have looked at that, and to then say, so how do we get to that? We also then present all the other options that perhaps maybe we might have looked into, of which one of them was to just merge the entities, outside of the Companies Act by implementing Section 38(1)(m) of the PFMA, wherein we would have to develop the business case, and that would also ensure that there is a new bill, which is the SDIC bill, of which this was opined by the Office of the State Law Advisors against, where they were indicating that this option would be a very lengthier process, because in it will not only be a waste. So they indicated that it will not only be a waste of time, but also a waste of state resources, particularly considering that the founding acts of the two entities already address the mandate and objectives sought to be achieved by the SDIC. And also they have indicated that even if we were to deal with it in that way, we would still have to answer the question around the solvency and the liquidity of the entities. Also this option will have to deal with those financial burdens that the entity BBI as it is, and also Centec's current financial issues, albeit it that Centec, as it is now, it is still solvent and liquid, but there are still other financial challenges that it is encountering. So that if we don't first fix the entities themselves, we must still be faced with those challenges. So having considered those options and those difficulties, then we come up with a third option, which we suggest that we bring the phase 2 as those phases that we have indicated. We bring it up because that phase, it really has a potential to provide solutions to some of the issues raised above, particularly noting that the formation of BBI was anchored on access to Eskom and Transnet servitudes. And over the time, there has been difficulties between, for BBI to be able to access those servitudes and the network that is within Eskom and Transnet. And those difficulties that have been experienced have really contributed majorly on where BBI is in terms of its current position, because in that we've also seen some resistance in availing that infrastructure to BBI, and also with exorbitant costs that were being charged against BBI in terms of its lease and the maintenance costs. They've just been very high since this relationship between the three entities, and it has really hampered BBI's progress. So with that, I will hand over to the CEO of BBI to just indicate the challenges, these challenges that have held back BBI and what that has really done to the entity itself. I'll end it there as the chair, and then I'll hand over to the CEO of BBI, Mr. Gift Zowa. Thanks, Chair.
Shall I proceed, Chair?
Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Zowa. You have 10 minutes left.
All right. In order to put it into presentation mode, maybe I can have the presentation right, because I see some of the honorable members are requesting for that. Then I can present from my side. I'm just waiting for that. Okay, I still don't have presentation rights, Chair.
Secretariat, can you help us with presentation rights for Mr. Zowa? Hajira, Mr. Ngoma?
Okay. I keep trying every second. Once it comes up, then
Mr. Zowa has the...
You can go ahead, Mr. Zowa.
yes, thank you. Share that. I hope you can see, and it's in presentation mode.
Yes, we can, and it is.
All right, thank you, Chair. So I will proceed from where Rendani left. Good morning again, honorable members. Good morning, Chair, DM and the colleagues. I think Rendani just completed this slide. In a nutshell, just so that the members have got an idea of how much infrastructure is out there, among the various entities, the non-ICT SOCs, which is your Eskom, Prasa, Transnet, and so on. We have overlaid the fiber. Some of it is readily available on the internet. Some of it we would have received it from our interactions with those entities. We've overlaid it on the map, and you can see that if that infrastructure is made available, we would not have to spend billions of rands to build fiber networks across the country and to provide the connectivity that we so desperately need to eliminate the digital divide. This is just in a nutshell. So you can see that essentially South Africa is already connected. It's just that the infrastructure is in various entities, has not been consolidated, and as a result, the population is not enjoying the connectivity that is so much desperately required, especially in the underserviced areas. I will not go too much into the formation of Broadband Infraco. I think Rendani has covered that, except to emphasize that on bullet number 2, that the establishment of Broadband Infraco was largely premised on using the infrastructure which is on the servitudes of Eskom and Transnet in 2007. As you will see in a later slide, that is still largely the case in terms of BBI's infrastructure residing on Eskom and Transnet, with 85% of that infrastructure running on those servitude. We are still very much dependent on that, and the 15% is then dependent on the rest of the other private sector, whether it's liquid, DFA, and so on. From what we have worked on, this is the slide that you're seeing now, talks about the founding act of BBI, which is the law of the country. And whenever we refer to this section 6.1, section 33, and so on, we are referring in summary to what we are seeing here. Let me not go into the details on that, and the honorable members can go through that just to understand the relationship between Eskom, Transnet, and BBI from a law perspective. So from the foregoing slide, section 6.1 grants BBI indefinite rights of access to Eskom and Transnet land servitudes for deploying electronic communications network services and communication services to fulfill its statutory mandate. Part of the statutory mandate is to provide services to underserviced areas, among others, and the honorable members would have seen with the projects that are led by the department that BBI, together with Centec, have been connecting unconnected areas, underserviced areas, using the infrastructure that they have at hand. And they've done so very successfully with more than 1.8 million households connected to date. And this is all premised on the infrastructure that we have. And that infrastructure that we have is by no means as close to that map that I showed you as possible. We could do far much more if that infrastructure is made available. BBI's journey, it's just for the highlights for the honorable members to go through. Let me skip that in the interest of time. We have spoken about the SDIC. BBI and Centec are in the process of merging in one form or the other to become the SDIC, and the department is spearheading that. As I have said before, BBI and Centec have got first-hand experience in rolling out SA Connect projects, which enables SDIC to become the best vehicle going forward to provide the core network infrastructure that is required to reduce the digital divide. Even at this stage, with the projects that we have been given to run via National Treasury and the department, at best, once the SA Connect Phase 2 project has been completed at the end of this financial year, we will have covered 30% of the digital divide. There will still be 70% of people that are in underserviced areas, in the rural areas, and even in townships where the services are extremely expensive and they need to be brought down in terms of costs so that there is accessibility and availability of that. And through the state digital infrastructure, the state has got the potential to optimize the use of digital infrastructure to bridge that digital divide. The state has got those assets which are lying in the various non-ICT SOCs. The SDIC has got different levers that we are going to work on. We need the fiber, the wireless infrastructure, which talks to the ECS license, and it talks to the spectrum. The fiber we've already spoken about. There are data centers that are required. We could be working together both with the private sector and state-owned companies, including telecoms, data centers, and so on, computing and storage facilities, working again with other state-owned companies like SITA and so on, cybersecurity and any other institutional and operational capacity, which among others would include the infrastructure that resides in the municipalities, in the various provinces, which if it is brought to bear under the SDIC, will make a huge dent on the digital divide that is so much the scourge of our nation. The synergies between BBI and Centec, I will very quickly summarize them. But BBI is strong on the fiber network with more than 15,000 kilometers of national fiber. We have got access to an international undersea cable called the West African Cable System, which connects quite a few countries on the West Coast and going all the way to Portugal and London. We've got a NOC, we've got 13 regional operating centers across all the 9 provinces and the various POPs and data centers, which is one of the reasons why we have been able to do so much from an SA Connect perspective and rolling out connectivity. On the Centec side, they are very strong on the towers and masts and on the wireless infrastructure. They also operate satellite signals for various of their programs. They are good on the 5G network capability. They have the NOC, and they're also working together with ourselves to provide SA Connect. They have data centers, OTT infrastructure, IoT platforms, and various regional points of presence, as well as the requisite licenses. As part of us getting together, we reside in the same infrastructure, not only in Gauteng, but also across the various other provinces where we are sharing offices and infrastructure. From a connectivity service offering, BBI has got the capability for national connectivity, terrestrial network that I said.
Now, Mr. Zoa, 2 minutes.
All right, the regional connectivity and international connectivity. This slide on the table now, it shows then what I was saying in terms of the infrastructure which resides on Eskom and Transnet, where we have at least 85% of the fiber infrastructure running on that. This is a division of what it looks like. The colleagues can look at that. And then on the challenges to be resolved, almost getting to the end, Chair, the fiber owning SOCs, which is your Transnet, your Eskom, and so on, are commercializing their ICT infrastructure, and thereby it's not available. If it's been commercialized or sold to any other entity, it becomes unavailable. And not only that, but it becomes a competition between ourselves and themselves, and therefore it's to the detriment of BBI and by extension to the SDIC. And the servitude then are not available due to competing interests, and new fiber routes are not being shared for collaborative planning from a state perspective due to direct competition. As a result, if we have to build services, we end up duplicating infrastructure in some cases, and it results in expensive services to the underserviced areas, and it defeats the purpose of bridging the digital divide. And the exorbitant costs which are being charged for maintenance and leasing and so on, they also undercut the possibility of BBI being self-sustainable. We have signed MOUs before, but they have not been implemented. And we believe there is a way forward to make this work. At this stage, it's not working as best as it should. Rendani, do you want to take the last slide?
Okay, thanks, CEO, through you, Chair. So yeah, no, I think most of the issues they've been covered, and all what we are requesting is for the assistance in terms of the creation of a task team that would deal with those issues. And I think most of them that Mr. Zoa has covered, but most of them, they are indicated there. And also ensuring that that infrastructure that is not already, it is not used in terms of the universal service obligations. We would like that extensive structure also to contribute to the universal service obligations. But yeah, I think most of the issues that we're looking for, they are covered in the these last two slides, but would like to have a task team that can be able to deal with these issues, ensure that these issues are assisting in this process. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zoa, Mr. Museta, as well as the DM and the DG for that presentation. I'm hoping that in our next meetings, you will be able to get through succinctly everything that you need to get through. But because you did send the presentation, we will take it that the members have read it. May I then invite Mr. Naidu, DDG at COGTA, to lead the COGTA presentation. I will also give you 20 minutes, Mr. Naidu, and then we will take questions for clarity immediately thereafter. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good morning to you once again. Good morning to all the honourable members of the committee, Honourable Deputy Minister, and colleagues. Chair, I just want to get an indication if my presentation is viewable.
Very viewable, Mr. Naidu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
You may also keep your video on, Mr. Naidu. We just like to look at you when you're saying big words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. At the instance of receiving the invitation from the committee, we weren't very certain as to what we should present to the committee. So we had interacted with Dr. Jacob Medupe, who was kind enough to give us some clarity in relation to what would be the expectations. And at that time, Honourable Chair, we had sent out a communique to metropolitan municipalities, which I would get to towards the end of the presentation. And the request that we had made to them to see how best we're able to assist the process that has been initiated. The presentation focuses a lot on the Smart Cities framework that we had developed in 2021. I'll give the genesis as to what prompted us to undertake this body of work, and then also indicate what lives in the Smart Cities framework. So essentially, to brief the committee about the Smart Cities framework that we have developed and how it could fit into the broader aims of the work that would be undertaken by the State Digital Infrastructure Company. So in these slides, we reference the invitation, the content to a large extent that finds itself in the invitation to the department and pressing need that exists for a consolidated approach to all state digital infrastructure assets. I think a lot has been said in this regard in the previous presentation. To undertake a collaborative approach to ensure a consolidated infrastructure rollout, and that the State Digital Infrastructure Company envisions a phased approach for the establishment of the company and would be looking at a consolidation of various factors as set out in the slide, but also the detail provided in the previous presentation. And members of the committee, we just reference on this slide various initiatives, both locally, and when I say locally, specifically in relation to the City of Cape Town's intervention around smartness, but also indicating some interventions in this regard in various cities across the world, most notably in Barcelona, in Brazil, in Singapore, and then also in the US and towards the east of the country as well. Smart Cities Framework, so we reference the SONA, the State of the Nation address by our president in 2019 and then in 2020. And as those statements were being made in the SONA, there were various municipalities now beginning to start talking about smart cities in their areas of jurisdiction. So while we wanted to provide clarity around what smart city would be, we also wanted to put the brakes on some municipalities that would have wanted to undertake further studies around smart cities in their municipalities. So two-pronged, to deal with it, to deal with the discourse in the media around smart cities, but also to provide guidance to municipalities in terms of how they should approach the matter of smart city interventions, if they were even thinking of it. So to provide shared learning on smart cities, to set out principles and critical issues to guide decision-making for smart cities, but also to provide what the preconditions and enablers would be when smart city interventions were being considered. We look at what lives in the Smart Cities framework. It's quite a reader-friendly document. It is available on our website, but we can also make it available to the committee if so needed. The various factors are provided here in terms of the various chapters in the Smart Cities framework, the purpose, definitions, factors that should inform planning, and then also policy alignment with major government interventions, which we will make mention of shortly, or as indicated here. So alignment in terms of the National Development Plan, the District Development Model Initiative by COGTA, the National Spatial Development Framework, but also the Integrated Urban Development Framework that the department also champions. The Smart Cities Framework also references the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the champion of SDG 11 is the department and finds expression for the Smart Cities Framework that we've developed emanates from SDG 11 in the main. So the Smart Cities Framework also shares learning on potential contribution of smart cities. It emphasizes the critical characteristics of South African cities and towns that need to be considered when planning and implementing smart city initiatives. And like I've indicated in the previous slide, it references major government policy and programs. It provides a common understanding of smart cities, but it is also to provide and guide decision making. We go back and look at the genesis of smart cities broadly in the 1990s, and what the intention behind smart cities were in relation to the use of ICTs, enhancing urban development, but also for social inclusion, learning, and development. The document also provides opportunities and what a smart city promises. It provides concerns and limitations. in relation to smart cities, and then speaks to a large extent on the South African context. It references policy guidelines that have been initiated by other key government departments, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the then Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, and its Smart Communities framework that was developed at that point in time. And it also talks about the principles, the 6 principles, interdependent, that we have put out here. So that technology as an enabler, a citizen-centered approach, the intervention must be smart for all citizens in the municipality. It has to have local context and ensure inclusivity. It must be sustainable and resilient, but also collaboration and partnerships with all in the ecosystem. So this slide basically provides a graphic representation of that which I've just presented. If you look at the top of the slide, it shows or references the 6 principles, being smart for all, and then ending with it being sustainable, resilient, and safe. So when one initiates a smart city intervention, it has to have motivations, as we have indicated here, but must prioritize, in the first instance, improving the delivery of basic services for all in the municipality, and by doing so, improving the quality of life. The preconditions for becoming smarter is to assess the municipality and its intention to establish whether the basics are in place. And then secondly, to assess where the municipality could improve its ability to deliver services and has the means and the capability to do so. This slide basically unpacks that which was said in the previous slide, but provides more details around what the preconditions are and what the enablers are required to ensure success in implementing a smart city intervention. Preconditions would include having the right institutional and organizational arrangements, having, of course, the existing infrastructure, capacity of capability of officials and communities, and then the enablers, starting with a smart city plan being in place, having the technology, skilled people, partnerships, and then community involvement. We then provide factors which should inform planning and implementation of smart city initiatives. Firstly, to have the nature and purpose of a smart city initiative, alignment, and then to also share smart city experiences. The indicators we set out in this slide here, primary indicators and then secondary indicators. I'm not going to go through it, but for example, if you look at the red blocks, a primary indicator for smart governance, for example, could lead to ensuring that you have a smart system dealing with clean audits and financial sustainability. And if you look at or unpack what the National Treasury is doing in relation to clean audit or audit support, they have put in place a web-enabled audit action plan system to see how municipalities, rather than manually dealing with such matters, to also use smart governance or an IT platform to ensure smart governance. As I conclude, Honourable Chairperson, and as we've indicated in the Smart Cities Framework, the Department continues to support, together with other stakeholders, with the implementation of the Smart City Framework, to also provide assistance with assessments to establish the smartness or the smart readiness of a municipality to provide a smart city intervention, to also undertake a capacity building program to empower local government officials, councillors, and other role players in relation to smart city initiatives, and that we need to instill our planning processes with a set of principles and values upon which we can all build solidarity, commitment, and unity. Honourable Chair, that was the presentation that we have shared with the committee. We conclude by saying that the department, through the Smart City framework, supports the State Digital Infrastructure Company ICT Infrastructure Initiative, and that's in alignment with the conversation that we had with the content advisor, Dr. Medupa. We had made a request to the municipal managers in the 8 metropolitan municipalities requesting detailed information on IT and ICT infrastructure footprints in their municipalities. The next 2 or 3 slides were not included in the presentation that we had shared, but I thought we would just also bring to the attention of the committee the communique that we had sent out together with the annexure. This was the detailed information that we were asking of the metros, Honourable Chair, and of course, it was at the instance of the discussion that we had, but should the committee or any of the stakeholders on the platform would require more detailed information, of course, the department could facilitate that, if not just from the metros. We can also look at the 39 intermediate city municipalities, or even more than that, if the stakeholders so wish to obtain that kind of information. We include also the circular that we had issued at the instance that we had finalized the Smart Cities framework, that which we issued to all municipalities, provinces, and then to Director Generals across the board, and then making certain recommendations in relation to how they should process smart city interventions in their municipalities. This slide we've extracted from the Smart Cities framework, and we thought it important that that smart city not just be confined, or the thinking be confined to urban areas, but it is a catch-all phrase that includes all cities, towns, villages of any size, etc. That would be the last slide, Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee, as I come to the end of the presentation. I thank you very much.
Mr. Naidu, thank you so much for that presentation. And let me assure you that you have captured the brief quite succinctly. We are of a view as a committee, and this would have arisen from numerous oversight visits that we took, that there is a lack of collaboration, cooperation, within the different spheres of government as it relates to how infrastructure in particular, I won't speak about technology in general, but infrastructure is being rolled out. And I think that this framework helps us to understand how COGTA views it, and then the information that you have requested from the municipalities, the metros, and I think ultimately we would like to get a sense of all of them, is critical for planning purposes, and I'm sure the department will appreciate that. So thank you very much. Honourable members, those are the 2 presentations from the departments. I'm sure you may have some clarity-seeking questions, especially from the DG, as she did indicate that she will have to go and chair a session of the G20. The non-ICT state-owned enterprises are with us, so you'll have an opportunity to engage with them as well. But I just want to open now for any clarity-seeking questions, comments for the 2 departments. I'm also going to request Mr. Naidu, if possible, if your team can, you and your team can continue and stay with us in the meeting, because we'd like to get, for you to get a sense also of what the issues are with the other state-owned entities and perhaps just in the rollout of infrastructure across the board. So thank you very much. Honourable members, may I see hands? I see Honourable Bodlani, followed by Honourable Vilakazi, and Honourable Makubele. In that order, please. Honourable Bodlani, 5 minutes, ma'am. Thank you. And Honourable
I will only take half a minute, Chair. I think, Chair, my biggest concern comes from the statement that we have heard to say Treasury has said there is no funds to facilitate the repurposing of BBI. The question is, and then what? Because this is a conversation that has been held over the years, and to hear that there was also an issue on the proposal of the SDIC bill, perhaps before the DG goes to say, what then happens? Because also the issue of the Centec measure is also has been at a standstill. So for me, it's just really the future of BBI. What does it look like? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions that I'd like to ask. Just some clarity seeking and some maybe a bit more substantive. Just in regard to how the process is meant to roll out the formation of the SDIC and the integration of these entities. I noticed that page 2 of the presentation says that phase 1 was meant to be access agreements, etc., with non-ICT SOEs. Phase 2, access to government and private networks. Stage 3, the merger of BBI and Centec. And then the very next slide says we then went to phase 1, which was the merger of BBI and Centec. And then page 5 says phase 2 is what was initially said to be phase 1. It's just confusing to me. So what exactly, why the contradictions, and what is the true story? And then what is the turnaround plan for BBI? How long will it last, and what is planned to happen this financial year? We've seen that there's going to be some stuff happening this year. And then also it speaks of new revenue streams for BBI. What are these, and how are they going to come about? What are they going to do different to what's being done now to realize those streams? And then I wanted to ask, how does BBI plan to raise this 1.8 billion to strengthen its balance sheet? And we know that this figure has been around for years. So clearly by now it'll be probably well over 2 billion. How does BBI plan to raise that? And then having given details of the progress in the BBI Centec measure, the presentation then introduces the option of non-ICT SOEs as the best one. So which solution is the department pursuing? And why is it going ahead with DBSA when it seems that there is a better option? And according to a National Treasury report on BBI from 2015, BBI lost its relevance due to delays in obtaining its ECNS license, and also commercial operators took over the market that BBI had been expected to serve. This, together with a flawed business model and operational inefficiencies such as a bloated headcount, has resulted in BBI operating at a loss for all but 2 years of its life since 2007. The losses to 2014 were already in excess of R500 million, the accumulated losses. I shudder to think what they would be now. At this point, there are no prospects for the success of BBI. And so why does the department continue to flog a dead horse? I keep thinking to myself, DG, if BBI was the personal business of anybody here on this call, would you be continuing with it if it continued to bleed money the way that it does? So if I wouldn't, and I know that I wouldn't, if it were my personal business, why are we expecting the state to continue to bleed money in this way? And then the presentation also doesn't speak to the tension around the ECNS license that BBI seems in some ways to be demanding from Centec, which of course Centec doesn't want to give up that easily. But what is the impact of BBI not having this all-important license and Centec not being willing to hand it over on a platter? And then just generally, what is the grand plan on the rationalization of entities? Okay, so we're talking BBI Centec now, but what will the process look like in its completion? Where is this detailed? And then lastly, Chair, I just want to speak about the presentation. There are two things I know about presentations. They are meant to be visual aids, not manuscripts. And I also can appreciate the fact that these are often compiled, under time constraints, and that the content is important. But maybe, Chair, we can explore a format that serves the audience better and helps the messages land more powerfully. So I want to ask, what would it take for us to shift from this information dumping on PowerPoint to communication that ensures that key messages are understood and remembered? And then for COGTA quickly, besides what Cape Town has done, COGTA, is there any movement anywhere else in the country on the Smart Cities framework? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Vilakazi. I have never seen you so animated. Hands on your head. Thank you very much. Honourable Makubele.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm also now afraid. I thought I was the opposition here. Chair, yeah, I have just, my starting question is the DG before he goes, can you explain to us why are we doing smart cities? If since 2019, as the presentation says, we are still at a concept stage, he's talking about what will be, the policy this, and even in that, there is just no coordination. You look at the history of these smart cities, you really don't understand what problem are we trying to address as South Africans with the smart cities? Is it a nice to have one of those fantasy projects that really they do not add to addressing the basic needs of employment, inequality? I didn't hear anything that tells me, is this going to create jobs? What are the tangible benefits that the majority of South Africans sitting at home watching us can say, I want the smart city today because this is what I am anticipating to get out of it? Are we not just prioritizing to create some kind of fancy cities for the affluent, at the expense of rolling out broadband for universal, meaningful access? I liked what the Deputy Minister said in his opening statement: universal, meaningful access in our lifetime. That should be our focus. Clearly, this smart cities have just been a waste of time and waste of resources. And I'm still trying to understand, why are we doing the smart cities when we don't have the basics in place? Lanseria was supposed to be a smart city. He failed to give us where this project is, how far, what are the challenges there. And we know there's corruption, mismanagement, lack of coordination with government. Durban Aerotropolis was supposed to be one of them. We don't know where that project is. What is the progress there? What are the challenges there? Mooikloof Mega City was announced as well. We don't know what is happening. But you look at all of this, Chairperson, there's no need for us to be spending so much money on it. Just in 2023, there was about 1.6 billion that was spent to fix the infrastructure of Eskom energy that is provided for these smart cities. Across those smart cities, There's vandalism of this infrastructure, there is theft, and there's all of these challenges with Eskom, with energy, and you can't have a smart city if you have not stabilized your energy distribution and generation. So what is the point? What is the coordination points? Where are we? That 1.6 billion that was spent, wouldn't it have been better spent, Mr. DG, giving it to BBI at least to stabilize BBI? Because they need 1.8, but we are ready to go and spend 1.6 billion on a fantasy project like a smart city. BBI supposedly has a mandate as well to provide universal access, but it's not being prioritized. And Chair, my next question, and I think it will be my last one, there may be one or two that hangs on it. This state digital infrastructure company, SDIC, that's supposed to be the measure of BBI and Centec. This is a question to perhaps even the Deputy Minister if he's still online. Is it just not another financial burden for taxpayers? Why do we keep creating state-owned entities like we want to do with SITA when we fail to manage the current ones that we've already incurred sunken costs to establish them? We have employees, we've got all this infrastructure in there, capital has been spent to bring them up to speed to where they are. Why do we need this SDIC? Why can't whatever we want to do in SDIC be done perhaps within Centec and or BBI? The financial viability of this SDIC, has it been presented? We know that our government, we're going into our budget debate on Wednesday, the fiscal constraints are real. And if we're going to add something that we're just going to create without really thorough interrogation on the viability of this initiative, are we just not putting another bandage or just maybe passing the buck along the line or keeping ourselves busy to say we're doing something instead of really doing what should be done, rooting out the corruption, better coordinating government departments, putting money where it should be, to just do the basics right and give universal, meaningful access to our communities, to rural areas in our lifetime without going to do fancy stuff like new entities. My other question, Chair, and perhaps please consider this in future, it is truly my last question. What is the role of the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Department, the PME? If there is such a lack of coordination in planning, state-owned entities are refusing to assist one another, the same government, where you find Eskom, Prasa, they can't collaborate and cooperate with BBI. They'll rather see it fail and we waste money. And they've got infrastructure. They are not an ICT entity, but they've got infrastructure that another department can use. This is one government led by one president with one cabinet that sits almost every Wednesday to talk. What are they talking about? If they're not talking about these serious issues, to save taxpayers' money, coordinate, share assets, rationalize assets, make sure that the infrastructure is planned properly, monitored where it's supposed to be. I mean, why this competition amongst everybody? Why these pockets of silos? When these people are meeting every Wednesday, what are they talking about in those meetings? Where they're flying every week, everywhere, to come and discuss what in the cabinet meeting, if not to resolve this critical issue where 20, 30 years down the line, people are still sitting without broadband, high data costs. They can't even connect to watch us having these virtual meetings right now. It's difficult for them. And we want to create another state-owned entity, SDIC. As MK Party, we reject this and we are going to challenge this. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makubela. Honourable Malishe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I don't know what's happening with my video. but you can see me.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to switch off my stuff. It's stuck. Please forgive me. I am working on it. You see, I'm pressing it.
Rejecting your rejection.
It's rejecting me now. No, there you.
Thank you, Honourable Alicia. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I also just want to, there's something very disturbing for me, Chairperson, is the obsession of our state with the elite and urban inclined priorities. The Honourable Makubela is right, that even in this presentation, it focuses on smart cities while the rural areas are ignored. Everyone prioritizes the wealthy metros over the poor and the marginalized. Because, Chairperson, if this is for the poor, if everything that is said in these presentations is for the poor, why is it tested in rich areas, right? And not where ordinary South Africans live? Because we find out that Sandton has got free Wi-Fi and people of Alex are subjected to expensive mobile data. So I always find it hard to believe that all these frameworks, all these presentations and all these plans that they come up with are for the poor people, because they say that in the presentations. But when it comes to testing these things, and when you interrogate the presentations, you find out that it is tested in rich areas, it prioritizes the urban and the elite, and never the ordinary South Africans. So I thought I should raise that, Chair, that the focus is always on the wealthy metros, and they forget the ordinary South Africans and where they live. And there is in my view, Chair, there is over-reliance on private sector here. And it is disturbing that in 2025, the state is not catching up and actually seeing the importance of building state capacity, because there is over-reliance on the private sector here. And you find out that there is no budget provided, and which raises concerns for me, because we've dealt a lot in this country with the tender corruption and wasteful spending. So when issues come in front of the committee with no budget, and it raises concern, and it's a red flag, because then how are you going to do all these programs? And I wonder, Chair, I was sitting here and thinking, and even when I was going through this presentation, I wonder if it's fair for Joburg to get all these high-tech street lights, right? When you find out that there's people of Diepsloot, for instance, don't even have street lights. I find it disturbing also, and of critical concern, that we always prioritize certain things, and our people in rural areas and township don't have the basics. So now we're talking high-tech street lights, while people don't have street lights to begin with. And maybe, Chair, the last one for me is, why are we not told about these companies who are going to get these tenders? Who are they, and who are they connected to politically? We need to have that detail. We need to know the people who are going to get these contracts, the people who are going to benefit from all this work that we are being told about. And also, maybe the last one for Chair is maybe for jobs. How I see no concrete plan for job creation. How are these smart cities going to create jobs for ordinary South Africans? Because we always talk, again, about smart cities and everything. Like, how are ordinary South Africans going to benefit from this? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Alicia. Maybe before I hand over to the department, to indicate to members that the Smart Cities framework, as I understood it, is a framework that COGTA would have developed to guide cities, towns, rural areas as they seek to integrate smart initiatives in their work. They will be, which is one of my questions, there will obviously be differing levels of implementation, if any. And I would just want to check with COGTA whether any work in that regard has been done in line with the framework that was developed. I also want to find out in the presentation by DCDT, it was indicated that several MOUs have been signed. I'm not sure with who. If you can give us a sense of the content of those MOUs that have been signed and what has been the implementation around those MOUs. I also want to caution you to not speak on behalf of the non-ICT SOEs. I think they are here. They will be able to speak for themselves. But if you can just give us an indication of your understanding of how far that process is. And then lastly, to both the two departments, beyond these disparate efforts, it seems to be on signing MOUs, has there been a initiative undertaken, perhaps led by the two departments, because I do believe that you are the most critical then, together with energy and transport? Is there a meeting of minds? Are you sitting together, planning together on how, in the areas that you are responsible for, one, COGTA at a local level, and then DCDT in terms of the structure, are you sitting together on how you can then utilize the strengths that you each possess to deliver what the DM and Honourable Makhubela called the universal meaningful access to people? Because we're running into problems. We're running into problems of duplication. You go in there, even the existing state-owned entities, they are running parallel projects on the ground. We're not even talking provincial level here. You will find 3 lines on the ground laid by the same department in conditions of massive fiscal constraints. And I mean, I know at one point we were told it was redundancy. It wasn't redundancy. It was a lack of communication. It was a lack of joint planning, joint collaboration. So can you give us a sense of how institutionally and structurally that is being done? Deputy Minister, could I hand over to you to lead the responses from the DCDT? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Members. I think the team will come and answer. I think comments, questions will always be helpful when we deal with complex issues like this.
Your
and find
video,
them.
DM?
Hello?
Your video, please, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, DM.
Thank you. I'm saying thank you to yourself, Honourable Chair, the colleagues, the honourable members of the committee, for comments and questions which will always be useful. They will continue to enhance whatever we put in this platform. I'm sure the team will deal with the phases that Honourable Vilakazi wanted to get clarity on. I did not pick up the short question that was raised by Honourable Bodlana. I was scared of interrupting. And of course, they will respond to what turnaround is BBI involving. Is BBI stationary or moving forward in spite of the challenges they are confronted with? They will have to clarify that. And then they will also explain that when you talk about the access infrastructure, it's not necessarily a phase, but it could be referred to as a phase, but generally to explain it, it's about, in this consolidation, how access infrastructure comes in. For instance, Eskom, Transnet, the ICT infrastructure aspect they are not using. How critical it is it be consolidated with the work of PPI and Centec, how it will improve universal meaningful access and so on. We'll ask them to explain that. And I think the Honourable Maluleke again, my apologies. I can't be the one who can't remember this. My apologies.
I know, Deputy Minister, I'm so disappointed.
Honourable Makubela raised a number of strategic questions. One of them, she wants clarity. If I got her clear, she wanted us to make a value proposition of state digital infrastructure versus the current versus the current situation. I think the team will also deal with that. And I will ask DG to lead the team. If there is any political issue that I need to close with, I'll do that. Chairperson, DG. Oh, she was going to leave.
I'm here, DM. I was just trying to switch off
all right.
My camera is not coming on, Chair, but nonetheless, in the meantime, may I request if I could ask the colleagues to respond. I'm going to come back on the issue of the question that was asked about the role of DPME and some of how we have been trying to troubleshoot to get the cooperation and coordination within government. With regards to the several MOUs, the entities are going to speak on those because by and large, they're under the BBI and they would then be able to allude to that. Chair, you said that we should not speak on behalf of the entities, so we'll allow them to do that. So if my colleagues, Mr. Rendan Nosate will just respond and I'll try to quickly fix the issue of my camera. Thank you.
Thanks, DG. Yes, I will come into some of the questions that are directed to the department, some of them, and then I will hand over to the CEOs to deal with the questions that are specific to them. So in terms of some of the questions, the question around the department going to National Treasury in terms of requesting assistance and what are the things that we have done as a department besides that. It's that we have been trying to assist BBI as well, and where BBI is now, we wouldn't say it is still as it has been in terms of at the time that the due diligence were made, because since then the department has been assisting BBI in terms of also ensuring that in projects that are much more aligned with its mandate, like your SA Connect, BBI plays a major role in that, and it plays a central role in ensuring that those projects are then delivered for and ensuring that they cover the country at large. So we had made sure that BBI plays that central role in the SA Connect, and they've done quite a substantial work, which the CEO has already alluded to in his presentation. And at that also, it really came with the funds that came through with that project. They have really assisted BBI. And then the CEO will talk to where now BBI is and if it is really able to then can show success in terms of turning around themselves. And over and above that, we also ensured that since it is BBI's mandate to ensure universal access, that the funds that are within the broadband rollout of the Universal Service Agency, which is USASA, they are then, BBI is able to then provide those connectivities. The CEO also will also allude in terms of what we have already done in terms of that. And those, they have really substantially turned around BBI's fortunes where it is now. And also, there is further strengthening of that, wherein BBI is in its turnaround plan. It's looking at commercializing this fast deployment that has been done at the back of the SA Connect, as well as at the back of the USASA broadband rollout. So those are going to be commercialized to ensure that then BBI is able to strengthen itself. So with that, then that will strengthen BBI's balance sheet, and also that will assist with ensuring that that balance sheet will assist BBI as a Schedule 2 entity. It is allowed to go to the market and raise funds to the private market for it to be able to deploy, or for it to be able to strengthen its business. So those are some of the things that we are looking at, and as it is now, BBI it has already started to take those initiatives, and it is implementing those initiatives. I would like to think from my side, I'll hand over to the CEOs to deal with some of the questions.
No, Brendan. Can you explain the phases as requested by Honourable Vilakazi?
Okay. No, I think the CEO will link the phases as he respond to that, because I don't know if ever the phases that the Honourable Vilakazi was referring to. If I can put up the presentation, perhaps maybe, and then just explain that.
Sorry for interruption, Chairperson. What I'm saying, Randani, Honourable Vilakazi, the main presentation which is done by the department, that is where phases are being articulated, and he wants a sequence of those so that one can know how distinct amongst themselves.
Okay. No, thanks, DM.
Both of you are going to get into trouble speaking past each other in the meeting with no videos.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Moset.
Okay.
Do you have a problem with the video?
Okay, I'm not sure if it's...
My apologies. This is not just a cosmetic thing on the video. Like Honourable Makubela was saying, people do watch these things, and we must obviously be as open as possible. So if you could please try, Mr. Moseta. The DM is correct. The question is on the sequencing, because it has a follow-up that we are sitting now discussing what you said would be phase 2 and phase 3. Is it phase 2 and phase 3? Is it phase 1? How did you sequence the establishment of the SDIC?
Okay.
Proceed in the interest of time, sir, but please try and sort that matter out. Please proceed.
Okay, thanks. Yes, yeah. In terms of the phases, the phases, they are meant to be. Phase 1 is meant to be the merger of BBI and Centec, and that is what we had already started with, and hence we had consulted the Office of the State Law Advisors on that. So it is supposed to be the merger of BBI and Centec. And then phase 2, which is broken down into 2, it is phase 2A and phase 2B, which is the access agreement with the non-ICT SOCs, and then the access to some of the COGTA infrastructure, that is the provincial and local government, as well as then the last phase, which then has to be access agreement with the private sector. So the phases are supposed to be, phase 1 is supposed to be merger of BBI and Centec, and we have already started with that. So what we are advocating here, and what we are trying to get at, is to say, since phase 1 has had the issues that we have elaborated, and it has gotten us to where now there's that requirement of the capital injection. We then, and also for it to get to where it is, it was affected, or it is affected by the fact that BBI has not been able to have that full access to the non-ICT SOC, albeit it being formed on the premise that BBI is supposed to have access to Eskom and Transnet in infrastructure, and that has hampered its progress, and also it has brought the financial position that BBI is in. So yes, the phases are such that, and perhaps maybe CEO can elaborate on those as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are you covered, Deputy Minister? Can we move on to...
Yes, Honourable Chair. Gift the CEO of BBI can now respond to a number of questions that are affecting BBI, and also explain the value proposition for SIDC as compared to keeping the current situation.
All right. Thank you, Honourable Chair. From Honourable Budani's question on the future of BBI and what it...
Please, man. Please. Switch on your
Can you
video.
hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
Isn't it? The video is on. I can see myself here. Let me just open it again. Can you see me now?
Yes, okay. You're on another gadget and speaking on another one. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. So I was saying on the future of BBI and what it looks like. So based on the key projects that we have been executing on SA Connect and so on, we have worked on a commercialization plan so that we become self-sustainable. So we've been executing the SA Connect Phase 2 project, the USASA projects, and the Wi-Fi hotspots that we roll out. The intention is to make sure that we start getting revenue from that, and that is the premise of what we intend to turn around the company on. Over and above that, we are looking at new products and services that we have not been offering before. But some of those products and services are also they also require the ECS license, they require the spectrum and so on, as well as access to the fiber. So this is essentially the purpose of this presentation, to allow the honourable members to see how much input they can provide or assist BBI in turning around by changing the narrative which is on the cards at the moment. It's not so easy to turn around the company when the fiber that you have is so expensive that the products that you can give, you don't make so much margin. And like I said, this is the premise exactly of this presentation. But we are doing the best that we can with the projects that we have. We're looking at the new revenue streams, like I said, based on the new products and services, as well as commercializing the current projects that we are working on. On the raising of the 1.8 billion, that is not what we were looking at as BBI. What we have put together is some projects that we intend to go out to the private sector banks or to the IDC or DBSA, the funding institutions, and those projects would be ring-fenced so that if they are going to be funded, they will be self-sustainable. And that is essentially where we are looking at. As far as the 1.8 billion pertaining to the SOC rationalization is concerned, I think that we, as you would have heard from the discussions, we leave to the shareholders. And then on the question from Honourable Vilakazi as well, on the relevance of BBI since 2014, I think this is a key fundamental question to say that if we would assume that BBI is not relevant, and we know that the private sector has not done much in terms of removing the digital divide. They focused a lot on rolling out services where it's profitable and so on, and which is why we have this meeting, because there's still a lot of people that are not connected. Then what is the plan B that should be utilized in order to do that? Up to now, the effective channel that has been used is BBI and Centec. Those are the companies, the state-owned companies, that have made a huge difference in terms of connecting people. We have spoken about 1.8 million people being, 1.8 million households being covered as part of the projects that are being rolled out by the department via BBI and Centec. And in the absence of that, who else is covering that? Because if you look at the universal service obligations that have been given to the MNOs with the dividend spectrum that they've been given, they've only covered 1,000 sites up to date. So are we then saying that we must just continue with the status quo with those people not receiving any services whatsoever? Or are we willing to leave it to the market, which for the past 30 years has not done much to cover those people? I still believe that even though BBI has not been funded for a long time, except recently when we started getting these projects, there is still a lot of relevance for a state-owned company that goes into those areas where nobody wants to go, to provide the services which nobody wants to provide. And in spite of that, since the 2014, BBI has never been funded, except when the department changed the equity to assets for ourselves. So there is relevance one way or the other. And this is where this relevance morphs into the SDIC, and now answering what the SOC rationalization process, where BBI and Centec, with Centec having the expertise in the wireless and the satellite, and BBI having the expertise in the fiber and other infrastructure, we should be able to have the skill sets, the infrastructure, to provide all those services that are required to service the rest of the people, the 70% that will still be left unconnected after the SA Connect Phase 2. So I would say that there is still relevance for the SDIC, and there is relevance for these entities to exist in order to do the work that is not being done at this stage. Thank you, Chair. Let me end there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I thought, if you allow me, I thought the CEO of BBI would explain the revenue stream opportunities that lie where, if the excess ICT infrastructure was collaborating, working in line with the agreement, how does that undermine their ability to actually secure revenue streams? Can you speak on that, CE?
Yes, DM. I think I spoke in summary when I mentioned that if you are going to provide services, and the services that you're going to provide have got the underlying infrastructure which is very expensive. In other words, the fiber that we get from Transnet, the fiber that we get from Eskom is very expensive. And then it undercuts us in terms of being competitive, even on our products and services. And so that is the essence of what we are saying. We do have the expertise to provide new products, new services, but only to a limited extent, not to the extent that was shown on the map, because we only have so much reach. So that almost cuts off our arms for the sustainability that we were looking at. And hence, the importance of working closely with Transnet and Eskom, Prasa, and all of them to provide the base that is required for BBI to be sustainable, and also to collaborate with them from a commercial basis and otherwise, so that the services are provided sustainably to the market. The products and services, all of them overlaid on top of the infrastructure, can only be priced according to how expensive that basic infrastructure is. And at this stage, it is very difficult and unsustainable if it continues like that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. My last comment, if DG is not here, Chairperson, is that one, I think the case for integration with the DPME is very critical. And that's why Honourable Makubela's point is very important. I'll explain why this is important. It's important in the sense that DPME is about monitoring the entire progress of the state, and at the same time, evaluating it. If that was done in a more integrated manner, it would have meant that one of the things DPME would have done would have monitored and evaluate ICT rollout and evaluation, and even reach a point on how strategic is resource allocation important to the ICT infrastructure, with the efficiencies, cost reduction, and speed and economic boost that it can do. If that was integrated, DPME would be able to actually pronounce that. And in my view, it would even assist the cabinet to plan or to call properly in that regard. So that's why the point by Honourable Makubela is important. However, I also want to make a point, Honourable Chair. I think Gift has actually stated this. If you look at the access infrastructure by the non-ICT entities, they are actually entering into the same space BBI is, trying to actually partner with them to sell that infrastructure to private sector, which is difficult to access by poor people. BBI, in the 1.8 million households they have connected, they afford access to 6 to 7 rand a gig, which when compared to the market, the difference is very huge. In other words, where BBI connect 1.8 households, 1.8 million households, it means the poor people have got access. We've seen this in Mount Elif, we've seen it in COGTA in a number of areas we've gone. I remember, I keep on repeating this, in one house where children in a very poor family would have told me that they use their devices no more to travel at night to go to libraries. They are able to access stationery that is required for their assignment using their gadget without taking a risk traveling at night, using a Monday to noon. COGTA has got that. This is what BBI and SENTEC are doing. In spite of the difficulties BBI is finding itself, but BBI's intervention is opening opportunities to millions of South Africans in the underserved area. It answers the question Honourable Vilakazi was saying. We are not, BBI and SENTEC are focusing in underserved areas to indigenous townships and rural communities. If you can check the track record, even if you do a site visit, that's what they are doing. They are not focused in Sandton and so on, as a matter of what to call, of record. I thought it was important to explain that BBI is not an orphan that is desperate, crying with hands up somewhere. In spite of the difficulties they find themselves in, with a little at their disposal, together with SENTEC, they are connecting millions of poor South Africans to access them to the digital technology and so on. I thought it was important to explain that in as far as BBI is concerned. Of course, the issue of 1.8 billion is a fiscal situation of, because if the state says BBI and SENTEC must come together, company law requires a particular process to be followed. Now, if in terms of solvency and liquidity, BBI does not meet that, it is the duty of the state to do that. But I want to also say, have we sorted out the access infrastructure issue? BBI would go a long way even to contribute in that. But 1.8 billion, the state needs to fund that. But BBI is not sitting here with hands up doing nothing. Although we accept that the criticism is that we can do better always when we come here listening to the members. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Due to time, I'm not going to ask the CEO of SENTEC to make remarks because I think he'll get an opportunity in the next round. Similarly, I want to suppress Honourable Mkhaga. I will also give him an opportunity in the next round. I really want us to get to the SOCs that we have invited today. We're just shy of 11 o'clock, so I'm going to request, dear colleagues, if possible, please do even take less than that 20 minutes that I would have allocated to you, but you do have 20 minutes to make your presentation. Could I propose then we start with Transnet? I know I was given the delegation list here. If you give me a second, unless they are ready to come on now. I believe that the Transnet delegation is led by Mr. Munyai, Mr. Pandelani Munyao, the Chief Information Officer of Transnet. The floor is yours, sir.
Morning, Chair, and committee members, as well as the Deputy Minister and colleagues from BBI and SENTEC. Am I audible enough, Chair?
You are, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. So, Vuyiswa, please, can you assist me with the presentation? So just waiting for Vuyiswa to load.
Sorry, I don't have access. I'm requesting access from the host. I don't have access to host. So I've requested permission to host.
Thank you, Ms. Mango. The Secretariat can hear you. I'm sure they're allocating you access now. Mr. Ngoma, Ms. Sally, can you confirm?
We're doing that now, Chairperson. 1 second, Chair.
Can I ask that you just make all the administrators who will be running the presentations for all of the SOCs, please give them access as well.
If they can just give me the names, Chair, we don't have who will be making presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I request that you write your name on the chat box who will be running the presentation? Let's get Ms. Manu given hosting rights, please. Thanks.
Yeah. So, Chair, while Vuyiswa is busy loading the presentation, if I may, I will be talking through the presentation, assuming that the presentation has been read. I'll be going through the softer points.
Okay,
so,
while you do that, Mr. Munyai, can you switch on your video?
Oh, okay, Chair. So here I am, Chair. Thank you. So, so what we're going to do today is to take you through the Transnet as a whole, indicating what we use the ICT infrastructure for. So for starters, Chair, we open by saying that we are a regulated entity through ICASA. Within the ICT domain, we do have licenses. These licenses that we have, Chair, are the IECS licenses and the IECNS licenses. These licenses are very much similar to the licenses that Vodacom, Telkom, MTN has, which gives us full rights to spectrum, right of ways, and everything that you can think of that requires an ICT operator to operate. So we do have a spectrum in the 1.8 gigahertz that we use for our radio communication systems. So we are also licensed through the National Railway Safety Regulator, Act 16 of 2002, just to make sure that whatever operations that we make in that space is in line and compliance with the regulation. So we also have a license that allows us to roll out infrastructure along the pipelines. And this infrastructure, this license is in accordance with the Act 60 of 2003 of the petroleum pipelines. So this is very critical for us to, as a background, so that everybody knows and understand what is it that we do with this ICT infrastructure. So that was the introductory remarks, which is the first slide. So just checking if Vuyiswa is getting it right, otherwise I will go further.
Ms. Mango, you do have hosting rights now. Please proceed to share.
Yes, there we go. You see that? Just make it a full presentation mode. So I have already summarized the first slide that gives the lay of land in terms of where we are as Transnet and what we exist for and what is it that we do. So just go to the next slide. So in the next slide, we also indicate that as Transnet, we do have an obligation, more especially using the ICT infrastructure that everybody is talking about. So what we do, Chair, is to say we need to digitalize the operations that we have within our environment. So first thing first, at the bottom of the slide, you will see that we do have something called the network modernization strategy. And this strategy is the strategy that says that now that you've got this infrastructure, which I will discuss and share later, what is it that you are doing with it? So what you're trying to do there is to modernize the infrastructure. digitize and make sure that we stabilize and have stability within the operations, within the rail, within the ports, and within the campus environment. We also have data centers as Transnet. And these data centers, we are also digitizing, modernizing to make sure that we leverage on what everybody is talking about, specifically the AI environment as well as the machine learning. And then we have a different application modernization strategy where we are modernizing different applications. And key to this, Chair, is the automated application environments that are used within the transport environment. So we're doing a lot to make sure that we modernize that space. And then we are also using our ICT infrastructure to do what we call the process automation. So you might have realized when you talk about Transnet that everybody talks about what is it that Transnet has done to digitize, to automate, and to eliminate manual processes. All of these are done at the backdrop of our ICT infrastructure. Next slide. So the next slide is just going into the details. I'm not going to bother you, it's too much technical. So let's go to the next slide. So here now we start talking about what everybody is talking now in terms of the assets that Transnet has. And we talk about the optical fiber cable systems that we are talking about. So we do have entities within Transnet that are different. These are the ODs or operation divisions. The first one is Transnet Freight Rail, known for operating the railway lines. We have Transnet Pipeline, which is known for the pipelines, petroleum, gas, and whatever. We also have Transnet Group that is a corporate center where we control. So we indicate now that Transnet Freight Rail has got 7,555 kilometers of fiber, which I will show in the map. And we also show in terms of the cores as to how many cores do we have. So I'm not going to go into the details. It sounds slightly technical there. But suffice to say that we just need to note the total kilometers that we have as Transnet. And then again, we're indicating here that 55% of the fiber that we have is unlit, meaning that is underutilized. And hence we are saying through this program that you know, Chair and portfolio committee members, which seeks to attract the private sector, we are now saying that we're inviting everybody who has the capacity, who has the know-how, who has the money, the budget, to come and participate into this project. We'll share the details later on. Next slide. So in the next slide, we are trying to expand and to show that we use this fiber specifically for TCC, which is the group. As I said, this is the enterprise connectivities, voice over IP, unified communications, data center connectivities, and cybersecurity specifically, because we have to protect our environment to make sure that we are not hit in the way that we were hit in 2021, as many of you would know. And then if you look at TPL, which is the Transnet pipeline, they use fiber for SCADA. This is the supervisory condition monitoring, real-time security surveillance along the pipeline to make sure that at least we are protected, we are secured against vandalism. That is where we use this fiber for implementation of all these digital technologies, as well as the disaster recovery side. And then on TFR side, we use it for train authorization, condition assessment, telecontrol, and signaling system as well. Next slide. I'm not going to go into the details. These are just the details of how do we use fiber for. So next slide. The next slide is the map that is very much similar to what BBI and the department has presented. So now we're showing you the details of the fiber that we have and what we use the fiber for. So if you look at the green line, we are indicating that this is where the 7,555 kilometers of fiber has been spread or distributed. Then you look at the blue line of interest is the discussion that BBI and the department had earlier on. We are also assisting them with the fiber where necessary. We do provide them with the spare fiber for them to use for whatever they use. We also assist private entities like Liquid and so forth and so forth. Next slide. In the next slide, we are then going into the details to show you the capacities that we have, the fiber that is being used and the spare. So the takeaway home point for this slide, Chair, is to say that we have capacity, which is the design capacity, as well as the spare capacity and the use capacity. So meaning that in the event that anyone wants to use capacity, we are saying that we are opening the doors for discussions, as we did and as we always do with BBI and many state-owned entities where we do share and have agreements on how to use the spare capacity we have. So we still have a lot of spare capacity. Next slide. Skip that one, it's still the same thing. Do not repeat, skip that one. Message is still the same. Here, this is slightly technical, perhaps for the consumption of the department. I think they do have these slides where we are showing in terms of the actual speeds or the capacities that we have along the fiber lines to show you that we do have the latest state-of-the-art technologies in many areas, but in other areas we are still busy with the modernization as well as upgrading of our fiber capacities as well as the radio links. Next slide. On this slide as well, we are now showing in terms of the actual areas, and BBI has indicated that they reach areas where nobody wants to reach, and predominantly because if you look at Transnet, we reach areas where mobile operators do not reach. So in such areas where we do have the reach, we then say that we partner with companies like BBI. So then, what is key now for this committee to know is to say that as Transnet, we are saying that we are also under the water. We've got issues as well, where we are saying that the fiber that we have is very old in many areas. In some areas, we did upgrade, but in some areas, we need capacity, we need money to upgrade those areas. And then there is this program that is being championed and run with the presidency, which is talking about the PSPs, and I'm sure committee members are aware of it. So Transnet has also identified fiber as one of the PSP projects that we are busy running on. Next slide. So on the PSP transaction objectives, the main objective there, we are saying that with these assets that I've been discussing and showing you, our intention is we need to monetize the underutilized capacities that I've indicated there. And we are also trying to raise funding to upgrade end-of-life cable segments. With lots of cable segments that have reached end of life, which we need to upgrade. And unfortunately, as Transnet, we do not have the means and the capacity in terms of the budget to upgrade such. And hence we are going through this. And again, we are also cognizant of the amount of OPEX that is involved in terms of fiber management. Hence, we are saying that we have to reduce that, and this is one of our KPI. And at the end of this, we are saying in areas where we feel that, it's a remote area, sometimes we pass through the towns, through the schools, in remote areas where we do have access capacity. We want to partner with underserviced communities where we can provide internet connectivity by partnering with local companies in those areas. And these are the key objectives that we have for the PSP. And then in terms of the transaction strategy, we have it in detail indicated there, so I'm not going to take you through that. So we assume that it has been read. So let's go to the next slide. So we're also giving you there the transaction objectives as to what is it that we're trying to do and what is the problem statement that we are trying to. But the long and short of this is, if you look at point number 3, we are saying 1, 2, 3, 4. Even though TFR provides unlit dark fiber services to external customers such as Broadband Infraco, CSIR, Liquid Telecoms, and many more, we still have 55% of the national long distance fiber in the Western, Eastern, and Central region that is underutilized. And we want to make sure that at least we utilize all these assets and at the same time, getting all these assets properly commercialized. And this is something that we saying that we need to be understood from that context. Next slide. In the next slide, Chair, I'm not going to go through the details, but this is the transaction strategy that we are utilizing. We've already appointed a transaction advisor to assist us in this SPV that in this PSP that we're busy working on. So what you have here now is just to say that in terms of the structure, Transnet intends to hold like 49%, where 59% will go to the PSP, and even within the PSP, Transnet will still have the shareholding there and representation through the board, representations and so forth and so forth. And the intention here is we are not taking away Transnet assets to private sector. What we're doing there is we're saying that let's invite the private sector to come to us, invest in terms of the capacity, skills, commercials, and so forth and so forth. And going forward, after a period of time, when our infrastructure has been upgraded, they return it back to the state. Next slide. So the next slide, I think I'm not going to go into the details. This is just the objectives that we set upon that you will see on this PSP that I'm talking about. The next slide. And then these are really just the market studies and what we've conducted up to so far. Next slide. And then next slide. And then we are done. So thank you so much, Chair. So majority of what you are seeing here are just purely technical, just to illustrate the modalities and how do we intend running and monetize these assets that we have in front of us. Thank you so much, Chair, and we really appreciate the time that you've given us to share what we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Munyang. Who said this committee is not technical? You'd be surprised, Ketan. You would be very surprised. But thank you for that presentation. We will come back and interrogate it. I would like us to continue in the rail space and invite Ms. Lindeque, Annette Lindeque, the CEO of Intersight. I know that she is accompanied by Ms. Anathasius Mahatmata, the GM Signaling and Telecoms for Prasa. Ms. Lindeque, can I hand over to you, please?
Good morning. Still morning, everyone. Mr. Athanasius Mahatmata will present. It's more from a technical perspective. And then from my side, I will just assist when we speak about the commercial side of the fiber. But I just also want to allude that we've got a board member, Mr. Matotsi Maguba, online from the Prasa board, also assisting us in terms of this presentation. So if you allow me, I'll ask Athanasius just to take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mahamata. You're welcomed, board member Matotsi Maguba. Ms. Mahamata, I see you're still muted. I'm not sure if you're talking.
Good morning, Chair, and apologies, I was still muted. I did not have the rights. My name is Athanasius Mahamata. I will then take you through the presentation, Chair, and good morning to the rest of the portfolio committee members. I will then share my presentation. Chair, thank you very much. I'm for sure you can see the presentation, Chair. If I may continue.
Yes, you may, sir. We can.
Thank you. I will take you through the presentation from Prasa, as Ms. Lindeque has indicated. So basically, I will just take you through the few areas that are targeting the footprint on the infrastructure and the current utilization and the other information. So Prasa is operating in three regional areas, which is Gauteng, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal, and also the fourth one is the Eastern Cape, But in the Eastern Cape, in the main, we do not really own any fiber or any infrastructure there. We depend highly on Transnet. So in Gauteng, for example, we are spanning for about 533 kilometers of fiber. Western Cape, we do have 271, and KwaZulu-Natal, we have got about 200 kilometers. So in the main, you can see that we are more on the metropolitan side. So we are only the regional areas. However, we have been giving some services to some service providers pre-COVID, and that has actually proven to be a success. Unfortunately, then with the COVID and a lot of vandalism then we suffered, we could not sustain some of those services there. So this is just a depiction of our asset at the moment. So what then we do, we utilize this fiber on the aerial. We utilizing the aerial fiber for signaling systems, digital radio networks, which is, we call it mission critical communications. We're enabling our access control and CCTV camera systems. And we're also looking at the traction substations where we're doing the switching of the substations. And we also, on the communication side, is the ICS, integrated communication systems, on the PA systems on the platforms and the electronic boards. And the automatic fare collection projects that we are doing now, will now give that utilization to that. And in the main, we also allow the corporate network, all ICT services are running on this network fiber that we have. Then the commercialization of the last mile is actually, like I've indicated, that in KZN and in Western Cape, we've largely had those services. We are actually utilizing for that. So we are developing what we call the underground fiber. That will actually mostly be run by Ms. Lindeke's division, which is Intersite. They will be now utilizing that from a secondary mandate. Largely that at the moment, we did suffer a lot of theft and vandalism, but we are actually having programs that we are recovering all these lines and building more capacity. So from a digital radio network communication point of view, Prasa is actually a primary user of what we call the GSMR, or a 2G spectrum, and we are also now upgrading that system from a 2G to 4G. Then eventually we want to see ourselves operating within the 5G spectrum because of the connectivity and the requirements of the mission critical that we need on the trains. So we are replacing basically the obsolete of the analog trunk network system that is owned by TFR. Then we're also improving that communication, driving and supporting the data transmissions on the new rolling stock. The new trains are actually more intelligent. They have that capability of actually having that communication. As we speak, we are busy with the program where we are upgrading our network to a 4G network, which will enable the train to ground services. And we're still having that old spectrum that we are servicing, which later on through the spectrum IMT, we will be removing that and then upgrading to a 4G network. So the masts that we are building are actually higher. We are building about 25-meter mast high, and we would like to commercialize this services through Intersite. Then we'll be able to co-locate with other operators. As we speak, Intersite has developed with the private sector about 52 some of these co-location masts where they are within the Prasa servitude and they are servicing there. And Prasa, obviously, we are owning about 162 of those masts, which we are also now upgrading to take more capacity in terms of connectivity around our network. So that will have then possibility to have access to those 25-meter masts. So just in context of the OTN, what we call the optical transmission network, we are busy upgrading our networks in most of our regions through the signaling and telecommunication projects. And we are also enabling the possibility of the commercialization, which is the primary mandate is to make sure that the mission critical is achieved. Then we are also now enabling Intersite to look at the secondary mandate through commercialization, through the PSPs, which I'll take you through, to actually now take the fiber to the third-party operators. So just to give context of how we're dealing with this, because of Prasa have been under siege in terms of theft and vandalism and prone to theft, the optical transmission network that we are building underground We are building 294/96 core cables, and we are also bringing a blown micro ducts that are empty. Whenever we need any capacity, excess capacity, we can be able to blow more fiber for any operator that is required. So we are building that infrastructure to carry more capacity in the future. So we are currently underway in KwaZulu-Natal in our project there. We are also envisaging to come to Gauteng and also in Western Cape as we unroll the modernization program. So in terms of future technologies that will enable Prasa to operate and also to collaborate with other entities, we are looking at running our trains on the what we call Prasa train control systems, and this requires broadband. And the wireless signaling system with using the variable blocks. We are moving towards a 5G, as I've indicated. We are also, when the president has announced that there will be a high-speed trains, we are looking at building this network to cater for those high speeds. We are not just only building for the metro specific, but also it will be able to carry over 530 kilometers an hour speeds, as it were. So from an interoperability point of view, we are also looking at how do we interoperable with the African continents, as it were. Then in future, we are seeing that these technologies will be coming towards the cloud-based interlocking type of systems, which requires mostly data and connectivity. Hence, we are aligning to the 4IR, to the 5IR technology roadmaps, as it were. In the main, we also have a view that the satellite use license for the train controls is quite eminent for us, especially now we are running in areas where they are volatile in terms of theft and vandalism. We need to use this type of technologies that we are looking at. So the PSPs, which is run under Intersight and led by Ms. Inlindike. So we are engaging with the PSPs through the DOT. We're developing this transaction of the fiber installation through the projects that are identified. So as we speak, Prasa is currently compiling the RFIs to be sent to the market for the PSP unit to assist us. And then the timeframes we're looking at around by end of July, we should be going out with the RFIs. So lastly, just to conclude with the PSPs is that the PSPs proposals will then be for leasing, installation, operations, maintenance, and optical transmission, as it were. Obviously, then the relationship between the government through the commercial agreements will be predetermined periods and all that. So hence, we are now looking at the successful bidding to look at the commercial rights to lease out the fibers to the parties that are looking at the shared revenue basis. Obviously, the last one is just to indicate that the urban railway routes and land station represent the main value propositions that we are looking at. Even though we are running with the mainline services, we are running predominantly on Transnet lines, but in the core metro areas, that's where we will play with that space a lot. Chair, thank you very much. That will be the end of my presentation.
Much appreciated, Mr. Mahamata. I want to now move and give an opportunity so that we have enough time to engage to Mr. Len de Villiers, I believe it is, from Eskom. Mr. de Villiers, you also have 20 minutes. Mr. de Villiers.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honourable members, ministers, deputy ministers, thank you for the opportunity to present the Eskom lay of its network. I have submitted a presentation to the company secretary for this session. I'm also happy to share, Chair, if you want me to share.
Secretariat, can I check the Eskom presentation? Are you able to put it up, please?
We have given Mr. de Villiers co-write, so Mr. de Villiers can share. It's just if someone can stop sharing the previous presenter.
Mr. Mahamata, thank you. Mr. de Villiers, do you want to try sharing now?
I'll try. Thank you, Chair. Screen just doesn't look like it yet. still unable to share, Chair. I just want to see.
Something was happening there and then it disappeared.
Okay.
Chairperson,
It looks like it's
I will,
coming through
I will
now.
ask Mr. De Villiers, Chairperson, with sharing the document.
Thank you so much. Chair, thank you very much as again the privilege. I've got not as big a slide pack as the previous presenters, really focusing on the layout of Eskom's network. And if you could just move to the next slide, Company Secretary, I'll be happy. So I'm going to really just give the committee a background, just work through the wide area network layout of Eskom, then move to a little update on the private network, the local area network layouts, and then, Chair, our majority of our network at Eskom resides and falls within the ambit of the Network Transmission Company of South Africa. It's called NTCSA, which I think the committee is very familiar with. And the majority of our links, our networks, our infrastructures, and access points are hosted within NTCSA. Then a slide on leveraging the government networks and just abbreviation for the committee members on some of the technical terms. Next slide, please. So in terms of Eskom's core network, we have two large data centers, which is the major production data center for the organization. We then have a ring that connects to our backup data center at Terraco. And the ring that connects these two data centers are a very high-speed fiber ring indicated on that diagram. And then that transmits out to the various provinces through MPLS core networks. And we have various sites, as I've mentioned, but the majority of our points of presence are hosted in 7 large sites. We've got backbone lines from these data centers to 14 big destination points. And then we have, as I've mentioned, the internet failover between the production sites. We also have peering to network access points, and we peer between smart call centers for Eskom to ensure that we have high failover capacity and that the data centers are active at all times with a redundancy of dark fiber between these links. Next slide, please. The committee members will also see that our access points are quite significant. That slide simply shows the committee where all the points of presence are and how we connect 525 branches and offices of Eskom, including the power stations and the substations across South Africa. 701 links from multiple telcos are used. We include dual links for redundancy, and we also have local area network extensions across these 701 points. So you can see from that diagram simply how vast the network is, the majority of it being supplied, as I said, by NTCSA. And this is a network that are shared between the big business units of Eskom called generation, transmission, and distribution. It also then consolidates into the Gauteng points of presence, and these 701 links are a combination of different telcos, different transmission protocols, and different 3G, LTE, and E1 Metro Ethernet connections. Next slide. We also make use of VPNs for protection and for access due to the incredible risk of cyber security attacks on our lease lines. We are separating our networks with what we call zero trust network posture. We also have a very significant ZTNA solution to ensure that our power stations and our distribution centers are ring-fenced with a demilitarized zone, a DMZ, and we also have very strict access policies and Active Directory strategies to ensure that the access to the network are highly secured to protect the organization against cyber incidents. We also enable through our LANs access to cloud-based applications, and we have Wi-Fi and LAN technologies used by various products, mainly on the Cisco platforms. Next slide. We have a operations technology network which the committee should just take cognizance of. This network is very, very secured. We have a gap air technology that we use to ensure that the OT, the operations technology, which is the control instruments of all our power stations, cannot be accessed directly from the internet. There's a gap air instance, and we have sandbox technology which protects these networks from being accessed by the internet for the high risk of cyberware, malware, ransomware, and other phishing type of instances. So this just shows the protection around those power stations and the high risk areas which we reference as OT. We have OT and IT consolidation accountability under the CTIO, and we are centralizing the accountability for this incredible risk which the organization face from a cybersecurity posture. Next slide. We also believe that there is a significant opportunity for the South African government, and as of this committee's mandate, to make use of the Eskom telecoms networks predominantly hosted by NTCSA. We think there is definitely an opportunity to share in the capacity and make this capacity and infrastructure available to be used. We can, of course, evaluate the fiber footprints of other SOEs, which we've just listened to, and as such, enable Broadband Infraco to explore the potential of using these fiber infrastructure connectivity at the Eskom sites. The primary purpose of Eskom's telecom network at this point in time is to supply the facility of electricity, and it's important to emphasize that achieving this convergence between the various telecom entities might be complex, it might be costly, but it shouldn't stop the effort of consolidation. We also can leverage the support of field teams and isolated locations, and thereby enhancing mutual support capabilities. We also believe, furthermore, an investigation to create a single core network of smaller regional networks for smaller SOEs is definitely a consideration to enable us going forward. Chair, that's very briefly my presentation to this committee, and I'll take questions if any. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. de Villiers, and let me also thank you, I think, for the commitments that Eskom is making there. We will come back and engage after this last presentation, which is from Sanral, the National Road Agency. I believe the Sanral delegation is led by Mr. Damana, the CEO, accompanied by Ms. Menye, Mr. Memeza, and Mr. Mtembu. Ms. Memeza, my apologies. Mr. Damane, over to you, sir. Can I invite you then to lead the Sanral presentation? Check, is Sanral in the meeting?
Yes, ma'am, we're here. Mr. Demana is still setting himself up. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manya. Do you have the requisite authorization to be able to share your screen, Ms. Manya or Mr. Demana?
Lawrence, one of our delegates, has requisite authorization. Kindly share, Lawrence and Mr. Demana.
Yeah, Lawrence will share just now. Good morning, Chair and committee members.
Good morning, Mr. Demane. We don't accept good morning from people we don't see.
No, I fully accept that.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you for inviting us together with our colleagues from other entities. I am the CEO of Sanral. I am joined by the GM in my office just for coordination, and Vilakazi Menye, who's our Chief Information Officer. I will start with just a couple of slides introducing Sanral. And really the context for that is to also allow you to understand that from an ICT perspective, it's still relatively young. It's an area we are developing. And we are also now still consolidating our strategies going forward. Lawrence, if you can share. Yeah. Can you please allow Lawrence to share? Lawrence Mtembu.
Mtembu, you have sharing rights?
Hajira, can you give the rights to Mtembu L? I think she gave them to Loretta, Chair. Mtembu L is the person that should be given the rights. Thank you, Chair.
But whilst he's doing that, I might as well starting to cover some of the context. So Sanral, as you know, is an entity under the Department of Transport with the Minister of Transport. It is important to note that it is a Schedule 3A entity. So over the years, unlike some of my colleagues here, it's really a for-no-profit organization. We get the bulk of our funding, almost 90% of our funding from the fiscus. 5% we then get it from our concessions. They self-fund the roads, and then 5% we collect tolls. So it is a non-profit organization. And really why it's important is to note that we have not built our network with a view that we might generate a lot of business out of it, but it is primarily to support our roads, collection of tolls, and so on and so forth. If you go to next slide, I think we manage the national road transport system. It is a small network, 4% of South Africa's total road network. But of course, you know these roads because they are the major national roads and certain regional roads that take the bulk of traffic on a daily basis. Next slide. Some of our principal tasks. Next slide. Our business pillars, and this is really where our network is useful. On the roads, very important we have toll roads, toll collection points. Our fiber network connects all of these toll points with our data centers so that we can preserve the integrity of the data, the speed of processing. You know how fast you need a couple of seconds to process at the toll gates. So all of that, the speed, the protection of information is really what this fiber network does. On road safety, we have a lot of camera network, what we call freeway management system. And through these networks, we are able to monitor traffic. We are able to assist law enforcement with crime fighting and all of that. And so the camera network also gets connected through this same fiber network to our control centers. And of course, the other element of mobility, we are establishing what we call a single account where you can travel across the country on almost all modes of public transport. And again, that data, those accounts are managed at our data centers. And we make sure that that information flows through our network through the fiber that we have. We go to the next slide. I've already covered the funding sources, Chair, that the bulk of our funding comes from the fiscus within concession and toll networks. We are now hoping that, and Vuyo will share, that we'll start moving into business development element in a way of enhancing our revenues using this ICT infrastructure. Next. Just to say, some of you will know that Sanral used to operate out of 4 regions. We have now provincialized. We'll be having an office in every province. So you may find us closer to the road networks. That is because we have taken over increased road network from provinces. And we want to be close to the network. We want to be close to the municipalities to help service them. The CIO of Vuyo, it's an office we established only last year as a standalone division in order really to build this ICT capability as well as business development opportunities. So that is why it's still a relatively new area where we are still consolidating and developing our strategies going forward. I won't talk to this, just a spread of where our roads are. And this is also where our fiber runs. So it's running alongside some of the key road network. Next. I think I will skip this one for now. And Vuyo, you can then take over. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, committee members. By way of introduction, I am Vilakazi, and thank you, CEO. Taking over from here, we, as the CEO has indicated, Chairperson and members, we have a brand new ICT department at Sanral that derives its strategy from the strategy of the organization, which is what the CEO has spoken to earlier on. And he spoke to one of the pillars of our Horizon 2030, which is our strategy, which informs our ICT strategy in the organization. Amongst other things that we are focusing on in terms of the ICT strategy of the organization is to build the right human capital in the organization that are empowered with right ICT competencies and skills and knowledge to ensure that we exploit or we implement, first of all, the right technologies in the organization. We exploit any revenue generation opportunities in the organization to ensure that our organization achieves its mandates and also assist the country in terms of ensuring the provision of safer roads for South Africa. The second pillar that we're focusing on as an ICT organization is information security or cyber security. I won't dwell much, in terms of this because we are living in a space whereby we are prone to cyber attacks in each and every moment. However, it is very important to note that Sanral has invested a lot of measures to ensure that we secure all the information assets in the organization, including the technology that we we are using to collect information and to monitor our roads to ensure that we avoid or we delay any breaches into our ICT infrastructure or the Sanral infrastructure. Governance, Chairperson, is one of the key, things that we live by as an ICT organization at Sanral. Amongst other things, as the CEO has indicated earlier on, we are investing in a lot of technologies that will assist us to ensure that we are modernizing how we are running, the mandate of Sanral to provide these safer roads in the country. As he had indicated earlier on, there's quite a number of initiatives that we have implemented as Sanral to ensure that we assist South African roads, users to ensure that they are traveling safer in our roads. We're able to capture the right information at the right time so that when information is required or is needed from Sanral, we're able to provide it accordingly for the utilization that it might be needed for. The last, element or the pillar that we're focusing on in terms of our strategy as ICT in Sanral is process modernization to ensure that we are modernizing, we are simplifying, and we're automating all of our processes to ensure that our organization realizes its mission and vision and objectives of the organization. Kindly move on, Lawrence. We received, an invitation, and it requested us to talk, to what is it that we can do to support or assist our country in terms of some of the technologies that we have put in place at Sanral, or how can we unlock the value, that Sanral has in terms of its digital infrastructure assets. Chairperson and members, we have three most important, assets that I would like to talk about or to talk to in terms of Sanral. One is the fiber infrastructure opportunity that we currently have at Sanral. We've invested in at least, fiber in terms of laying of the fiber across the country of, a capacity of 5,842 kilometers in terms of the length of the fiber that we have laid in for our organization. This is both wide area network and local area network. And in terms of this investment, Chairperson, that we have invested, it has amounted to an amount of around 500 million rand in the organization. So that's the first important, infrastructure asset that we have invested in as Sanral. Secondly, Chairperson, Sanral has about 4 data centers, which are the facilities that one can use to host servers or host other companies that, will enable us to ensure that we are hosting, first and foremost, our information technology and our operational technologies in the organization to ensure that we enable the organization to achieve its mission and strategic objectives. And also we enable the achievement of the mandate of Sanral of provision of these safer roads in the country. And the third and the most, important infrastructure asset that we are currently having at Sanral is the data that we are collecting each and every second that a road user is to drive a car via our gantries that we have installed cameras on, that we are utilizing our freeway management system and other systems to collect the information as they are passing and driving through our network or our road network. Please move on, Lawrence. So, Chairperson, what is the scope, of our national WAN, as I've indicated earlier on in terms of Sanral? As I've indicated that we've got WAN, we've got LAN, and another thing that is important to note is that we've got a Gauteng connection network that we have built in our organization. In terms of the capacity of our WAN in the organization or the length of our WAN in the organization, as I've indicated earlier on, we've got about 5,800 kilometers of fiber that we have laid, for our organization that is owned by Sanral. And the capacity of this WAN, of this bandwidth is about 10 gigs in the whole country that we have laid over this 5,842 kilometers of fiber. Another most important thing, Chairperson, that we need to note about Sanral is the fact that we have built a very powerful and a specialized Gauteng connection network that initially it was its capacity was sitting at 40 gigs, and we have upgraded it now to about 100 gigs in the organization. It should be noted, Chairperson, that in terms of this Gauteng connection network, or the GCN as we call it at Sanral, it is connecting our 4 data centers that we have at Sanral. And this gives us an opportunity to ensure that we partner with external companies, or first of all, our sister entities, to provide hosting capabilities on this highly automated and highly specialized network and highly responsive network that we currently have in the organization. And as I've indicated, the utilization of this Gauteng connection network that we have implemented for our organization is sitting at plus minus 400 megs only, which is less than 1% of the available capacity. This therefore brings us to a conversation that indicates that there could be what we want to exploit as an organization are key strategic enablers for the national data center that we want to build for Sanral, that will assist us in order for us to ensure that we are exploiting any monetization or commercialization opportunities to utilize what we are currently having at Sanral, and that is not, fully utilized. Please move on, Lawrence. So now, how are we operating in terms of our, data centers at Sanral? As I've indicated, we've got the wide area network, which is about 5,000 kilometers in the organization. We've got the Gauteng, connection network, which is a powerful ring that we have built in Gauteng that is connecting these 4 data centers that you see, before us. What is important to note, Chairperson, about our data centers is that they are powerfully and securely made to ensure that there's availability of services at all time. So there's redundancy that we've built, in terms of our, data centers. There's failover mechanisms. There's proper disaster recovery. There's proper risk management that is entrenched in terms of our, our data centers. There's also, real-time failovers in terms of how we're backing up our information in our data centers. They are fully structured in a way that they are secure and available all the time. We've got proper access control in the organization that ensures that no one gains access in our data centers without having provided proper access by the Sanralites that are operating these data centers. In terms of the computing capacity, we've got, Chairperson indicated earlier on that we can be technical because most of the committee members are technical. We've got a blade server, compute infrastructure in our organization, which we are in the process of renewing and refreshing in the organization. We're running on Linux and Wintel in terms of the enablers in the organization. We've got high virtualization in the organization. Also, these data centers, amongst others, are hosting our IT applications, which is an ERP system that we're currently hosting in the organization, and any other IT application system that we are utilizing in the organization. Also, Chairperson, it must be noted that all our OT, which is our operational technologies that we are using and that we have implemented in the organization, are also hosted in these data centers. The storage capacity in terms of our data centers, Chairperson, is way above 1,000 petabytes. It's quite humongous in a manner that we have an ability to host other companies based on what we currently have in the organization. As I've indicated earlier on, our data centers are operating on an active approach, whereby if one data center fails, it will immediately the other data center will pick up. We've got high redundancy or full redundancy that we've built in our data centers. We also have, Chairperson, an offsite storage to ensure that there's proactive and effective risk management in terms of how we are managing our infrastructure and how we are managing our ICT in the organization. And all this, Chairperson, is informed by the business direction and where we are currently as an organization to ensure that we are planning for the current and the future needs of Sanral and the future needs of the road users and of the country. Please move on, Lawrence.
My apologies, you are running out of time, Ms. Menyi.
I'm almost done, Chair.
Thank
So one of the most important things, Chairperson, that must be noted is the issue of cybersecurity. As one would know, we are running, toll systems in our country that are collecting money on a daily basis. Amongst other things that we have focused on in terms of implementation is compliance to PCI DSS, which is a compliance program that is required when you are running monetary transactions in an organization. Please move on, Lawrence. Next slide, Lawrence. So basically, the next slide is talking, to strategic enablers that we have put in place in our organization, which I'm not going to dwell much on them. However, most importantly to notice, Chairperson, is that we have an effective information and cybersecurity measure that we have put in place as an organization to ensure that we are securing all our information assets in the organization in a form of SNOC, which is called Security Network Operating Center in the organization. Please move on, Lawrence. Lastly, Chairperson, just 1 minute in terms of business development opportunities for our organization. We've got about agreements that we already, have with different institutions, about 25 in the organization. However, where we are now, we are looking at a strategy that will assist us in terms of revenue generation exploitation through the current assets that we currently have in the organization. As I've indicated earlier on, we've got quite, large, as assets in terms of the infrastructure, and we are looking for partners that will partner with us in terms of being enabled through technology in a safer, in an available, in a reliable, and in a secure manner. So that is where we are as Sanral, and we are in that, process now of developing these strategies and going out to the industry and ensuring that we are, enabling and our organization to achieve its strategic and operational objectives. The last slide, Lawrence, please. Last one. Yes, so these are the next step, Chairperson, in terms of what we are doing in the organization, reviewing of the whole landscape in terms of the fiber, opportunities that we want to exploit, in terms of the data center opportunities. We are assessing our capacity and modernizing and refreshing our infrastructure. Then in terms of the data assets monetization, which is quite important, is to discover and understand all the Sanral data assets, build a data catalog, and assess monetization viability for our organization. Thank you so much, Chairperson. That's it from Sanral.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Menyi. Thank you, CEO. Let me thank all the entities that have presented today. And I think truly just commend you for the work that has been done to date, as well as I think the effort that has been demonstrated around sweating these assets and ensuring that we're able to derive maximum value. I'm going to invite the members now for their comments. And as they come on board, I want to say to the entities that, while we are going to be engaging, please do think about a question that I know is going to come up. If it doesn't come up, I will raise it with yourselves, which is around the prioritization of the state-owned entity being Broadband Infraco in particular, according to legislation that has the mandate around universal access, and with it, it also carries the responsibility, as was said earlier, around the underserved areas, which is not a focus of the entities. So if you could think about collaboration, I do know that law is very specific, in fact, on Transnet and Eskom in particular, but I think it extends to the rest of the entities. that where government policy exists, we need to ensure that we align. Otherwise, all of this good work that we're doing becomes, it sits in pockets, it's disparate, it's not consolidated to ensure that there's maximum impact on it. But I think members will comment on those issues, and then I will come back before I hand over to you for responses. Honourable members, could I see hands for engagement? And once again, the 5-minute rule must apply, please. Honourable Makubela, you will be first. Then followed by Honourable Mkhacha. I know that in the last round I had told him that I will come back. So Honourable Makubela followed by Honourable Mkhacha, and then I'll take other hands as they go up. Honourable Makubela, you may proceed. Honourable Makubela? Okay, while she's still trying to come online, Honourable Mkhacha, can I take you next?
Sure. Sorry, Chair. There's just something with my gadget today. I apologize. Okay, sorry. I think somebody's already on the line. I'll mute again. It gets stuck.
You'll come after Honourable Mkhacha. Honourable Mkhacha, if you could please open your video and proceed, sir.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Can I switch off my video?
Do you really want to switch it off, Honourable Mkhacha?
Okay.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, honourable members, DM, and all officials that have been invited to this platform. Welcoming all the presentation. I think there are presentations where we think we could have more time for engagement, so that we really understand. We understand some entities are not accountable to this portfolio committee, but surely their work does impact to the entities who are oversighting. Chair, the first one is in relation to the goals of NDP. In relation to our own entities, we left with 4 years now, and there's that commitment of government to reach these goals. To what extent are you confident that your plans are directed towards these goals, and therefore confidently you will be able to reach these targets? I'm raising this because there seems to be a challenge between Eskom, Transnet, and in relation to collaborative work with SENTEC and BBI. There is an MOU of these entities, but there seems to be a reluctance from the side of Eskom, Transnet, to cooperate with the work done by these entities. That's one, Chair. How do you ensure that you strengthen the collaboration between all entities so that the consolidation of all ICTs becomes a reality in saving the resources that we currently have? Two, Chair, I'm integrating my questions, Chair, because I had some few questions, but I decided to integrate my questions so that all these entities are able to comment. Two, Chair, is in relation to Sanral. I know in my space, my province, Sanral is visible, highly visible. But other entities like your Transnet, particularly infrastructure, Transnet, your Prasa, there seems to be a lack of focus to some provinces, a concentration of focus to some. And there might be a really genuine reason, but I'll be worried, Chair, because beneficiaries, provinces that have benefited during the apartheid, it's Gauteng, Western Cape, and KZN. There seems to be a trend again of marginalizing the provinces that have been underdeveloped again in terms of your intervention. Is that deliberate, or there are other facts? Your Eastern Cape, your Northern Cape, as you are looking at your mapping, and in terms of your cables, whether fiber what, you could see clearly that there's clear marginalization of these provinces that were a victim of the apartheid. And government made a commitment that the focus of development this time around under this democratic dispensation will be those provinces that have been marginalized by apartheid. Why is it that trend continuing still today? Well, these are the provinces that have developed these so-called provinces that seem to be benefiting even again. Do we have a breakdown of your budget per province so that we're able to see whether really you are even budgeting for your programs, your ICT, your IT, ICT in these other provinces? But I'm raising this broad question deliberately, Chair, because this is what I could observe. For instance, the question of Prasa. I've never seen these modernized trains in the province of the Eastern Cape. I always see these trains here in the Western Cape or Gauteng. And we're heading for 30 years now. 30 years now. And is that deliberate, or what is it that is happening around this point? And I'm raising this question in the context of the ICT, knowing very well that the challenges that surrounds the question of cable theft, etc., etc. But I'm saying, if you talk modernization and automation, there's nothing to modernize in those provinces, precisely because there's nothing. And I'm saying figuratively, there's nothing because they've been marginalized in the past. The last one, Chair, is in relation to, my assumption is that the manufacturing industry in the country is supposed to be booming now. Well, there seems to be a lot of ICT industry is supposed to be booming if provided you're buying these assets locally. Where are you purchasing these assets that you are utilizing, whether ICT in the country, or you dependent on imports as far as this is concerned? And I'm raising this the question in the context of job creation now. Sorry. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mkhaga. Honourable Makubele.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I'm also clear on my video because I had to shift it around to make sure it works. Thank you, Chair. It's perfect. All right. Chair, as I start, I would like you to also note that in the next perhaps 15 to 20 minutes, I may need to leave to catch a bus to the Parliament. Thank you for the presentations. While these presentations, Chair, they give us the technical overviews of extensive networks that the state-owned entities have currently. The question that remains in my mind as they are presenting is that, do these assets and this infrastructure really provide the broader value for the larger South African population? You know, are we really leveraging on these extensive infrastructures to extract that maximum value that could benefit not only, as an example, the running of trains efficiently or the delivery of electricity efficiently? With the capacity that we have, could we not, realistically speaking, without any commercial considerations right now, because we stand as those that have been given the privilege to be custodians of the public interest at the moment through this committee, if these CEOs of these entities can lay aside their commercial considerations and imperatives, can they answer quite honestly with a patriotic view or a patriotic consciousness that the assets that they are under their custodian, that they oversee on a day-to-day basis, could they not be used to provide value beyond their immediate need and commercial value to assist the broader South African population to achieve the digital transformation and even beyond digital transformation? That is the question that we need to answer through these presentations. I believe that the state-owned entities, they have a pivotal role to play to assist us, to assist South Africa. We are facing a huge challenge in digital transformation. You already know, you've listened to the earlier presentation, and I keep going back to that statement that was made by the Deputy Minister to say we need universal, meaningful access in our lifetime. Could you not, in your line of duty, assist in this noble objective? And if you are able to assist, what is it that each and every one of you can do to assist BBI, to assist Centec, without really dwelling much on the commercial intricacies of what it would require? Because that's the first question that we need to answer. And if we can answer that honestly, and then go back to that question of coordination, because the PME, which we spoke about, the Deputy Minister answered extensively, has to be the glue that brings all of these things together. And then with secondary and considerations, and you know, we can look at the commercial arrangements and how this can be structured. Now, Chair, we do have these persisting issues of coordinations that are really hindering the progress, and they are perpetuating waste and stagnation. I'll give you an example. I'm listening to the Eskom presentation. They've got about 701 links from multiple telecom providers and even dual links for redundancy. The concern that we have as MK Party is, what are you spending? What are your cost breakdown annually to maintain these links and these redundancies? Again, are you extracting maximum value beyond your immediate needs as Eskom, that perhaps the other departments that are crying for these assets could use, and they could leverage on the same taxpayer base? Because the money that you spend to maintain these links, it comes from the same fiscal, it comes from the same pot. How do we start to think integrated as different state-owned entities instead of these silos that we're operating in a competition of being viable perhaps, or sustainable, etc., and commercial focused? Now, the second question that we have is the contracts that are maintaining these links, these private service providers that you have. We need a clear audit of who are they and what are we spending on them? Because chances are, and I can bet you, these are the same service providers, the telcos that are maintaining these 701 links, helping you on a day-to-day basis. They are the same service providers that speak in a different tongue when they are with us, wanting to assist us to close the digital divide. So we are being played again here by private sector that goes and chows with you. They know exactly what you have, where they can maximize their profit. Then they go and chow with Prasa, they go and chow with Transnet, same as maintaining their links and maintaining their networks. And at the end of the day, the same money that could have been used for the broader good of South Africans must be used now to maintain and pay the same service providers in 4 or 5 different entities, knowing very well that there are redundancies and, you know, we're operating parallel networks, and and all of this mingle-moose of networks that are running all over each other across South Africa, but providing no value to the majority of South Africans. And when I looked at Eskom, given this the load shedding crisis that we're facing, can you truly tell us, and I know you don't report directly to this committee, but it must be asked that for the amount of money that you spend on these links, on these telecommunications, can you tell us if they are really contributing to improving service delivery? And I also noted that when I see the chairperson appearing, I know what she's saying to me. So I'm going to go faster. The remote support that you have as well, you've got some field teams that assist you. Is there a way to also collaborate with remote support for these different links where we can then maybe ease the burden of Centec BBI? Because sometimes some of the collaboration can be in different forms. Now, Prasa talks about the fiber network and that and it's going through upgrade. I think you've got this over 5 years. You've been doing the upgrade of the GSMR as well. Your fiber network has some issues which I couldn't quite capture properly. But even that, you are going to require budget to fix this Prasa fiber network, and you are looking at commercialization of this fiber network. Is that the best way at this stage when we need digital transformation for you to go about it? I'll leave that question there. I looked at Transnet. You said you've got about a fiber network, 83% of this layer 1 infrastructure has reached its end of life, and outdated SDH, sorry, it has reached its end of economic life. And then you've got this outdated SDH network. For us, truly, this is an indication that running a network is not your core business. Yes, you need it to provide services that enable your core business. But if you can allow a fiber network to come to its end of economic life, and now you need a capital-intensive capex that must fix this, clearly this is not your core. Poor planning and also lack of foresight is what has caused us to arrive here. Must we be spending this money just for you and your core, and then you want to go and create a PSP or a private an SPV with some private sector? I don't know whether that PSP has licenses or not. You will tell us now. We must invest to fix this. Then you go and create a PSP, which really, in our view, is just a camouflage vehicle for privatization of public assets. So government must spend money to fix these assets, which you want to take and give to private sector, instead of partnering with state-owned entities that need it to assist them in their core business. There's about 2.9 billion that you talk about Transnet on your capex for this purpose. Will it give us, again, maximum value? Then lastly, you talk about community connectivity, Transnet. You mentioned that you've got some connectivity project for underserviced areas. Can you give us some details of where this project is? What are the timelines, the budget that you have put for it, and progress around it? Are you collaborating with these entities that we are running that are custodians and have the mandate for universal connectivity? Thank you, Chairperson. I'll pause here.
Thank you, Honourable Makubela. Honourable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. I would also just like to know from the department, is there currently a central asset registry or audit of state-owned fiber infrastructure, including its condition, its capacity, and usage agreements of all these, or amongst all these different entities? BBI reports high lease and maintenance fees from entities such as Transnet, even over routes where it has been given, it's been given authority. What mechanisms exist or should exist to manage pricing and ensure intra-government infrastructure sharing doesn't cripple national projects such as broadband rollout? Also, has the department explored whether current lease models between SOEs are aligned with the broader developmental goals of the SDIC and projects such as smart cities? And in this case, I think we must consider the fact that all these other entities, these non-ICT entities, must also, of course, function as commercial, not as commercial enterprises, but must be profitable. They must be sustainable. Now, in regard to the commercialization of networks by Transnet, you said that private shareholding. You will give these out to private shareholding, and then they will come back to Transnet over a period. That rings alarm bells, some of which have been echoed by the last speaker. But what lengths of time do you anticipate? And maybe not to be accusatory, but to be more inquiring than accusing, what risks do you identify or have you identified could exist with the PSPs? And then I just have a few questions, Chair, just around the concept of the SDIC and what it's looking to do, and which is given that multiple SOEs and government entities have fiber assets of varying quality, what's the department's plan to coordinate and consolidate these networks into a coherent national backbone under the SDIC? And then vandalism and sabotage have been listed by entities as driving up costs and rendering fiber unusable in some instances. What is being done, and this would be maybe from a departmental perspective, to develop a shared national approach to physical security of digital infrastructure? And in light of fragmented infrastructure, inter-SOE cost barriers, and the security challenges, what's the real prospect then, Chair, of the SDIC succeeding as a commercially viable and nationally strategic entity? Also, if these underlying issues are not addressed, how realistic is the vision of high bandwidth national infrastructure supporting projects such as smart cities, fast trains, even e-government? And then Honourable Mkhakha and Qilishe make the point of development being concentrated in urban centers only. And it's clear that we do need integration, and it will be aided by entities working in collaboration, because not all of them can reach all the corners of the country. So what would it take to move from a siloed infrastructure ownership approach to a whole of government backbone of digital infrastructure to enable the delivery of the mandate of the SDIC? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Vilakazi. Honourable Alicia, you'll be the last.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, yeah, I did find the report highly technical. I know you're saying we're technical, but the Eskom one, I found it highly technical. But it doesn't address how the electricity cost will be reduced for ordinary South Africans. So I think it's fair, Chair, to demand clarity on how these investments will translate into the tangible benefits for the ordinary South African. Another issue, Chair, I couldn't help but pick up once again the over-reliance of Eskom on private companies. It raises a serious concern for me about privatization. I think it is creeping into our state entities. It doesn't end. So I just want to alert them that we see that there is maybe a consolidated effort to sell our state entities. I want then Eskom to clarify as to why, because I don't understand their reliance on private companies. Why are then, what can they tell us why they are not investing on their own infrastructure and maybe partner with SOEs, other SOEs? Honourable Vilakazi has also, I'm not going to touch on this one, but I also picked up another issue that is of critical concern for me, Chairperson, how Eskom has failed to prioritize the rural areas and also leaving out the rural provinces. And another thing, I think Honourable Makubela raised this, there is no breakdown costs of these projects. So how are they going to ensure that there are no kickbacks and there's no inflated contracts? How can we make sure if there's no procurement processes that are made available to us or presented to us? How are they going to make sure that there are no kickbacks or inflated contracts? And maybe the last one for Eskom Chair. I was thinking as they were presenting, even when I was going through their presentation, if they can spend billions on fancy networks like these ones, Chairperson, why is it that they can't cut electricity prices for struggling South African people? Maybe they can clarify that to us. Moving to ABSA, Chair, I couldn't help also but pick up another disguise for privatization.
Is that Prasa, Honourable Alicia? You said
it's Prasa. It's Prasa, Chair. Again, I want them to maybe tell us why is it that they're not expanding the fiber to places like Limpopo in the Eastern Cape, because I feel once again that those areas are digitally excluded. They brag about commercialization, but it doesn't explain how many jobs, will be created for unemployed South African people. And again, they blame the theft and vandalism for their failures. But we've got entities like Eskom who can protect their substations. So why can't they? Or maybe it's another way of wanting to outsource these security companies to corrupt contractors. And maybe for Transnet, Chairperson, I couldn't help again but to think here we go again. Here's another consolidated effort to sell state assets because they are planning to sell 51% of their fiber to private companies. I think it should be considered as economic treason, Chairperson, what they are trying to do. It's a repeat of what Eskom and Prasa, it's the repeat of their looting models. I think it must be clear that as the EFF would demand state ownership, full state ownership, our infrastructure must serve our people and not capitalists. And then again, their presentation lacks full detail on cost and disclosure of the people who will be benefiting on these projects. Transnet failed to upgrade their cables as a result, more than 80% of its fiber is outdated. They blame end of life, like Honourable Makubela said, but I don't know. What if they do this? Because what has been happening with state entities, they create a problem and they create a solution. How do we know that they're not creating a platform or a way for private investments? I want them maybe to clarify that. And the last one with Sanral, Chairperson, is just 2 questions for me. Again, with these ones, I want to know which companies got the fiber contacts of the 9.8 million, and do they have any political connection, these people, and which politicians or political organizations they connected to? And maybe the last one is to just find out when when will Sanral fix the potholes before spending billions on fiber for private profit? Because they do all these fancy things, but our roads have got potholes and make it impossible for us to travel. Thank you very much. That will be all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Elisha. Members, may I please request, you know the rules of Parliament, let us not, what is the word I'm looking for now? There's a very parliamentary word about impugning on entities or persons. Anything that we do not have in front of us at this point. I do understand the concerns that you may have about contracts, but also we did not invite them to report on those particular issues. So I don't think that they would have that information on hand. So I just want to plead, as and when we then request this information, we can go into the details that you are speaking of. The brief to them today was very, very different. Honourable Subrathie and Honourable Souls, you need to help me manage the meeting because Honourable Elisha was supposed to be the last. So given the very, very short time we've got to afford the entities to respond, and they must respond because you've also spoken. So I'm going to ask that you both try and keep your inputs to less than 2 minutes, please, because you raised your hands after we had taken the hands and I computed the time. Honourable Subrathie?
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me also just emphasize 2 points. One is that wonderful map with the infrastructure and the digital infrastructure that our country enjoys. I want to emphasize, like the honourable members, that this is an asset of this country. This is the means through which we can achieve this digital connectivity that we are dreaming of. And what we're seeing before us is, again, the problem we face of interoperability, inefficiencies between departments, the lack of coordination, the lack of cooperation, and perhaps some territoriality prevailing. And this resulting, ultimately, the citizens of this country are suffering, and the most rural of the rural are suffering. But we see before us a billion-rand infrastructure that is not fully utilized. And we are now spending more money in trying to recreate. So, Chairperson, I want to join my colleagues in emphasizing that the department should seize itself in terms of ensuring that the vision of the SDIC is realized as soon as possible. That's the first point. I think we would love to see this happening during the tenure of this portfolio committee. And the second point, Chairperson, I just want to point out is maybe what is the roadmap and what is the way forward with the SDIC, especially in light of the MNO's license renewals just around the corner. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you for this opportunity to share a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Subrathie. Honourable Souls?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just want to know the usual call for privatization is usually on the backdrop of the fact that the competency of SOEs are questionable. I just want to know, given everyone promoting and pushing for privatization in the presentations, is this an admission of a lack of competency? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Souls and Honourable Subrathie, for really sticking to that very, very short time I had given you. I'm also learning a lesson that I should always ask my questions first, otherwise I'll never get an opportunity to speak. But just very quickly, colleagues, I don't think we would be in this meeting if there wasn't a problem. As the Portfolio Committee, we are very hard on the department, Broadband Infraco and Centec, around ensuring universal meaningful access for the people of South Africa. And part of the challenge that is always raised to us is the fact that they do not have sufficient resources to be able to deliver against that. However, if there was a greater collaboration with yourselves, then overnight, literally overnight, we as the state would have the biggest network coverage in this country. And when we ask you questions, is that we're trying to understand what seems to be the problem. Operation Vulindlela Phase 2 envisages it is a digital transformation roadmap. It envisages a digital public infrastructure, digital ID system, digital this, and all of that is not going to be realized unless across the country we do have the requisite capacity. So these questions, some may be repetition, but I think that I'm raising them for emphasis. What are the challenges that are hindering the consolidation of state spend in digital infrastructure? The NDP calls for a wholesale broadband provider in the form of BBI. However, everybody seems to be running, their own networks. So linked to that question, because I do appreciate and I do understand that there are instances where you are leasing your infrastructure to BBI. However, it's said that issues of collaborative planning, whether it is new fiber that's rolled out, that's not happening because there's competition between the non-ICT SOEs and BBI. So to a large extent, you are not planning together and you are competing amongst one another. So on that issue of competition, can we get a sense of the rates that you charge BBI vis-a-vis what you charge in an open market? Is there an intention on your part, or does it happen that you then prioritize BBI with your excess capacity before you then go out and sell to the market? My last question is on the I'm not sure how many of the entities indicated that they had ECNS licenses, and I assume ECNS ES licenses, but their obligations, and I think that goes to everybody who's looking at commercializing their network, there are obligations that are set against those licenses and against being a connectivity provider. Some of those obligations will include, for example, the payment into the Universal Access Fund. Now, as you commercialize and you take up space, are you in effect looking to be treated by us and the regulator, ICASA, as network providers, so that we know that the regulations then need to then begin to speak to yourselves in terms of contributions to the Universal Access Fund, in terms of your social obligations as it looks to connecting underserviced areas? Because if we're not coming together as a state, as a single open access, and I want to emphasize open access wholesale provider, then we're not going to achieve this, and we're going to have to look at other regulatory and legislative instruments, which would be unfortunate, because government is only going to succeed when government just follows its own policies and its own laws, which I don't know, in this case, it doesn't seem like it's being done. So could I hand over, DM, I'm not sure if you're still here, because you did indicate you need to catch a flight. There were a couple of questions, one or two that were targeted at the department, and then the rest of them were at the state-owned entities. DM, is there anything you would like to say before I hand over to the entities? Is the DM still with us? Okay.
Chair,
Yes, DG?
in the absence of the Deputy Minister, I'm here. I know that he is on the platform, but perhaps he's just having to jump on to assist with then the responses as you've requested, Chair. And I think there were some questions also being posed with regards to the SDIC and its success. I would like to perhaps hand over then to the entities, our sister entities first, and then I can come back and then respond on the other questions that have been posed, with your permission.
Thank you. Can I invite the CEO of Centec? Mr. Leshope, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I am here, Chair. I'm just struggling with my camera, Chair. Maybe I can just use my mobile device.
No, proceed, Mr. Leshope.
Okay, thank you. But yes, maybe just to flash my picture to confirm that it is indeed me on my mobile device. Yes, Chair, I think, maybe 2 points from our side. First, I think, maybe from the Eskom, Prasa, and Transnet, it is very encouraging that there are efforts made to actually allow other entities to access the excess capacity to enable further connectivity. I think our key aspiration here is whether, Prasa, Eskom, and Transnet can prioritize that the excess capacity be made available for government connectivity before other private uses, so that the excess capacity is then in real-time access after government institutions have been connected. In essence, this is government investment in our view. We do believe strongly that such a collaboration will enable us to bridge the digital divide and ensure that government institutions are connected, Chairperson. And indeed, the SDIC formation is premised on leveraging the already existing strategic capabilities, wherein the initial concept is to leverage the BBI's backhaul, the fiber capability, combine it with the Centec's wireless capabilities, both terrestrial and satellite. Now, we do imagine that consolidating the Centec BBI strategic capabilities with the excess capacity that is available from the non-ICT entities definitely make a significant impact and ensures that government institutions are provided with the required capacity from connectivity. The public out there will be also afforded connectivity. Now, I think the key input then from Centec becomes that maybe the political institutions, first us as the leaders of the institutions, needs to work and finalize the modalities of exploiting these capabilities to ensure greater benefit and impact for connectivity. And then secondly, that the political leaders streamline, that we leverage the state investment and capability for primary connectivity objectives. Obviously, in a manner that it ensures sustainability for Eskom, Transnet, and we do not say that we want to access that capacity for free, but we do believe that its commercial entry points needs to be reasonable to the extent that it allows for reduced cost to communicate for the public benefit, as we are public entities, Chair. Yes, I think most of the issues are covered, Chair, perhaps just to reflect on the way forward from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lishope. Mr. Zowa, I don't really want to give you time unless you repeat yourself. Is there anything new you would want to raise, Mr. Zowa?
Chair, just to add very briefly that the priority would be to collaborate with these state-owned entities, so that we don't get the leftovers. If they are commercializing, the opportunity is there to collaborate via BBI without undermining the commercial requirements and so on. And that's all I wanted to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I move, I'm sorry, in no particular order, Mr. de Villiers, any responses to the issues that have been raised?
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, there's been several questions asked by the members. I would like to ask permission of this committee to go away with all the questions and prepare very comprehensive, proper responses to them all. Some of them are complex and would require real thinking behind them, such as reducing electricity costs for South Africans in the way of optimizing network capacity, the reliance on Eskom by private companies, the clarification on making sure that our megawatts can be used to reduce the costs and then pass those costs on to the end user. The question of load shedding, I'd like to be in a position where I can properly come back to this committee on that. The lacking of disclosure of costs. We are not in any way unwilling to disclose our costs. We are very open to that. It has just not been on the requirement this morning. And then the Eskom failure to privatize rural areas in terms of network connectivity. We do have plans, especially around our power station locations and our distribution offices and centers to do the last mile connectivity to rural areas. But again, I'd like to come back to this committee with proper responses, if that would be acceptable to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. de Villiers. And once again, please, while we were running out of time, I do want to say once again that the proposals that Eskom has made as it regards to leveraging state infrastructure, I don't think I've heard anybody saying that they are not welcome. They are definitely welcome. And it'll be some of the issues that we'll be following up with our department to make sure that those are realized. Can I move on to Mr. Munyai?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair. There are so many questions from Transnet. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can, even though I can't see you.
Trying to put my camera on. Yes. So, Chair, there are so many questions from Transnet. I'll try to summarize all of them. I will start with the one that you raised, Chair, in terms of are we collaborating with other SOEs in terms of the excess capacity? I would like to say yes, we are, and there is evidence on that, specifically with BBI. We have collaborations agreement with BBI where we give them preferential treatment as far as excess capacity is concerned, to the extent that in our agreements, we don't treat them the way we treat other entities like private sector. So there is that collaboration. And we also collaborate through the department where we're trying to find ways in which going forward, how can Transnet participate and collaborate in the state digital company that we're talking about. So we are participating on that and we'll cooperate on that. So there was a question that was raised by Honourable Makuvele in terms of Transnet running equipment that is running end of life. It is true for majority of the state-owned entities that investment when it comes to infrastructure, we have ignored, and as government, to prioritize on the investments. And as a result, we're running equipment or infrastructure that is nearing end of life. And to some extent, you know, Chair and members, that Transnet has been seeking investments or funding from the fiscals to the extent that up to so far we haven't received anything. And as a result, through our department, which is obviously working closely with you, there are consolidated efforts where it has been agreed to say that we need to do these PSPs. So I need to indicate that the PSP issue, we will be very comfortable if we can leave it to be dealt with at a different level, because definitely it is not at a Transnet level, but at a departmental level. So for us, what is of interest, Chair, is to say, with the infrastructure that we have at the moment and as of today, what is it that we need to do to make sure that we run the business? We need to make sure that we get investment to modernize our infrastructure to keep the business running. And you are very much aware that Transnet is on the media all over for wrong reasons, if I were to say so. And as a result, we're trying to put Transnet back to where it belongs. So hence we need investment. And we also have these engagements and discussions with the department and the DGs here as well, to say, if, say, for example, through these efforts, and through the concerns that everybody has today, if we can be assisted to come up with investments or through National Treasury or whichever way, we are more than willing to participate. It's not like we're just closing out the state-owned entities and saying we're not going to assist. We are collaborating. All what we need is assistance to get funding to modernize our infrastructure. So I think I may have summarized everything that has been raised. Let me check here. Yeah, if there's anything that I forgot, I think I'll be reminded. But I think by and large, most of the questions pertain to issues of privatizations. To say that are we not privatizing? We are not really privatizing, but I think I can leave you to the committee to determine the essence of the PSPs, because PSPs are not Transnet's doing, but it is government's policy, if I were to put it that way. And we are just pushing that to make sure that we comply. And we think that as it stands, that is the only hope that we have as Transnet to raise funds for us to modernize the infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Could I move to, I'm not sure if it's Ms. Linda Q or Mr. Mahamata who will respond on behalf of Prasa?
Chair, thank you. It will be Director Matutsi first, and then I will just assist if I can allow him to speak quickly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Matutsi Mukuba. I am a Prasa board member. I just want to answer on some of the few questions that have been raised. The first one being the issue of community benefits. Currently, Prasa, we are going through modernization program, which include, among others, the signaling program. And this signaling program requires ICT, because ITC plays a very crucial role in signaling system. So once we have the signaling system, the benefits for the community, they are both economical and non-economical benefits, because economically, the communities, they will be able to move within 5 minutes, 10 minutes from the city or from the township, whether it's Chiawel or whether it's Mabopane to CBDs. That on its own, it has got its non-economic benefits, which improve the quality of life in terms of accessing job and so on and so forth. The second one is the issue of security, whereby I think Prasa, when they were presenting, the issue of security and vandalism, theft and vandalism, is the issue of the past at Prasa. Since we came in, we have implemented what we call integrated security strategy. The numbers are there. The theft and vandalism at Prasa has reduced significantly based on the integrated security strategy. Hence, we are now able to roll out the opening of corridors across the country, whether it is in Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. So the issue of security, we have integrated security strategy that is currently working for us, and we are also sharing it with other SOEs to be able to benefit, to have benefits from it, and what are the return of experience that they can learn from the integrated security strategy. The third one is the issue of Eastern Cape that came a lot, and Limpopo, both on fiber and also running a train. I think Honorable Mara, he even indicated why the new trains are not running in the Eastern Cape. The current issues that we have, if I were to make example with Eastern Cape, is that we rely on Transnet network. Transnet network in Eastern Cape, it is currently a 25 kV network. We have not started to manufacture a 25 kV trains that will run in the Eastern Cape, but it is part of the designs that are coming through, that there will be a new model for the trains that will be running in the Eastern Cape to be able to accommodate the 25 kV line. Same when we talk about Limpopo, not just only Limpopo, you talk about Mpumalanga, whether it's Nelspruit to Malalane, whether you talk about Northwest, whether we can run trains to Breds or we can run trains to Rustenburg or Mafeking. It's something as at a board level. We have also raised management to do that research. Can we use the current infrastructure that is available to be able to run trains from, as an example, from Nelspruit to Malalane or from Pretoria to Brits, because that's what we would like to see happening, as not to make Prasa a regional company. Prasa, it is a South African company that must have footprints across the country. However, there are challenges that deals with the issue of infrastructure that belongs to Transnet. We are even struggling to run mainline passenger trains at the moment because of challenges that of integration between Transnet and Prasa or collaboration. Because as it stands, Prasa has to spend a lot of money in order to be able to run trains from, for example, Bosman or from Joburg to Mosina, because it has to pay what we call an access fee. We have encouraged management to engage Transnet in order to collaborate and so that we can come up with better solutions on how can we make this possible. However, we have noted that the Department of Transport, through the open access, we are hoping that Prasa will be prioritized in terms of that to make sure that it can be able to run trains within Transnet lines at a very reasonable or zero, if possible, access fee to be able to move people in and out of the city to other provinces. So in terms of fiber as well, we will have to engage with Transnet because we don't own network outside Gauteng. But fiber on its own, if we are able to roll fiber across our corridors, this generally means that our ordinary people will be able to have access, because when we talk about where Prasa run trains, they are able to run trains to Chiawelo, or they are able to run trains to Khayelitsha, and so on. So I think it's a program that we want to implement without any further delays in terms of the signaling program. And I will encourage the departments of communication to communicate with Prasa. We are available and management is available to engage with them and see how can we work together, and they will be able to have access on our side. I will let CEO of Intersite, Lynette, to talk probably about the issue of commercialization, which, because Prasa, we are also sort of Sanral, a non-profit organization. Our mandate is not mainly to make profit, but is to be able to transport people within the country. But at the same time, we should be able to maintain our infrastructure. And we also look at how best, as per the secondary mandate, in line with the Transport Act, how can we best have a value for money when using our assets? That's where the commercialization part of it comes in. Maybe Lynette, if you can take us through on some of the items that I may have missed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. If you allow me just to quickly add, I think just to explain that we are replacing or installing the fiber basically for primary utilization, if it's for our corporate network or the signaling. And while we're doing it, we also make then have additional excess fiber to commercialize. And as the director was saying, it's basically to assist Prasa in terms of lessen the burden on subsidy to have operating revenue. But just to talk about the PSP, and Transnet also alluded to that, is that it's not because we don't have the skill internally, it's more from a capital funding that the private sector participation model through the Department of Transport that we are looking at. So it's basically an operating lease that we're looking at in terms of the commercial side of things. And it's on a build, operate, transfer model, or using our excess fiber and lease that out on a period. So the PSP model is in the mind to actually access capital from the private sector. It's nothing other than that. I think then in terms of collaboration with BBI, that I think there has been an MOU signed previously, but because we haven't had access to telco grade fiber, that was one of the things that we need to maybe just have in place, and then we can see how do we prioritize those. I think just in terms of vandalism, that's why I think Athanasius spoke about we're going underground to prevent, also vandalism, because people don't understand that there's no value in the actual fiber itself, and that's why we get vandalism. And I think then also just to confirm on the licensing side, I think you raised it, is that from our side, it's mainly when we talk about commercial side, it is the provision of the actual fiber, the dark fiber. It's not the end user portion or the value added service where you need licensing for. So that and the huge cost, I think, when it comes to fiber, it's actually the installation and the blowing, the duct and putting everything there. Chair, that is, from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues from Prasa. Could I then hand over to Mr. Demane of Sanral? I'm not sure if we still have with us Mr. Naidu from COGTA. Because we do need the metros who also own significant amounts of fiber to be able to make an input. Mr. Demane?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly to round up a few things. Firstly, yes, our network is certainly being made for public use. Most people who will watch your TV, SABC, E-News, and others will certainly see that when they present news around traffic, they will usually be showing footage around the roads, where accidents are, how traffic is flowing. Most of that information that is being used is accessed from our website, iTraffic. So we provide live footage of traffic across the country. And it's because of the camera network linked with the fiber. So already that is being used. Secondly, in Gauteng, for example, a lot of crime fighting, law enforcement, we are able to, we get subpoenaed most of the time to provide footage that we capture to support police investigations. There is more, obviously, that can be used as we roll out the network further deep into rural areas. We intend making sure that the network coverage supported by fiber and cameras is extended to hotspots, for example, mountain passes, so that we can start assisting people when there are snowfalls and all of that. We can start alerting people what is happening. And of course, another incident is that of car hijacking, spikings, and all of that. These camera systems will be able to work at night to assist with that. The other area I wanted to just quickly comment, there was a mention around why do we invest significantly in the formerly rich provinces, Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN. I think in our case, Gauteng does have a significant investment on our fiber because of e-toll. E-toll handled transactions that you may not know, but all the 4 or 5 banks combined did not handle transactions they handled transactions that are less than what e-toll transactions were per day. So we needed to make a significant investment for that. But otherwise, our fiber, our cameras are installed across the major national roads, your N1, N2, N3, N4, so which cut across various provinces. Just another information, where we have the biggest road network, Sanral, is in the Eastern Cape, followed by Limpopo and Northern Cape. So that's where most of our investments are going. But there was a particular reason for Gauteng. Lastly, Chair, because we are still in the early stages of looking at our strategies, I think it is an opportune time to engage with BPI and Centec through our department and of course communications department to coordinate our activities and see how best they can leverage on excess capacity to provide this universal access. I think certainly that will be our support. In fact, we have been very clear in our strategy that any excess capacity that we don't use as Sanral, it will prioritize state-owned entities and other government departments as the first port of call before we go outside. So we are very much aligned with supporting universal access and working with BBI and SENTEC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO. I don't think that there's anybody that I left out. I think all entities have been afforded an opportunity to respond. I just want to check again whether we have lost the colleagues from COGTA.
Chairperson?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mgwenya is here from COGTA. I think we might have lost Dr. Naidu, the DDG, maybe to another engagement, but I'm here, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam. So, there's Dr. Naidu. Dr. Naidu, do you have any closing remarks you want to make from COGTA? Also appreciating the responsibility that we are putting on yourselves as it relates to the municipal-owned fiber?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. There were some questions that were raised earlier on. I'm not sure whether I should respond to them. But if not,
please.
We're here to assist Honourable Chair. If it means getting data information from the metros, we would certainly assist. And maybe we can take it a bit further to also go to the 39 intermediate city municipalities, because I think the bulk of our people do live in those areas, and it may be worthy for the committee to have that, and the departments to have that information at their disposal to inform policy making, decision making, etc. So we're keen to assist, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me thank you, Mr. Naidu, and thank all the colleagues who responded. I see here AI is working very nicely in terms of giving us takeouts from the meeting, which I think to a large extent capture what I wanted to say. The CEO of Sanral gives us a very nice way out of this meeting by essentially throwing it back to the department. He mentioned DCDT and DOT. I would like to include COGTA in those three departments. Part of the recommendations that were made by yourselves in the presentations was around the establishment of a task team of one kind or another that would look at ironing out these issues. And I do want to emphasize, colleagues, that we really would not be sitting here if things were working the way that they were supposed to. We would not be having people in our many rural entities. I'm not like Director Mukhuba, who can mention all of them off the cuff, but in our many rural areas from Musina to Cape Town and anywhere else struggling with connectivity, same as in our townships. Now, we do know the challenges that BBI in particular faces, that SENTEC faces, and the DG wants to interrupt the chair's summary. DG? DG?
Yeah, only because, my apologies, I really do not want to supersede the powers of the chairperson on a very important topic as this one. Chair Agota was just going to be given 1 minute from the department because I think there was a question directly posed to the department. And just to say, where do we see the SDIC? And I do appreciate, as I said, the spirit and the camaraderie that we receive from our sister entities. We will certainly take up this matter with regards to then resuscitating the task team and also then implementation of those MOUs. As we have already signed, and if there are new ones, we will do so. But to underscore the importance of the SDIC, I think there was a question whether or not we are in continuation of it. It certainly is a recommendation, and as you highlighted, Chair, it's also coming from the NDP as well, which is obviously its target, it's 2030. We are lagging behind, but the real essence for us is stemmed within the Electronic Communications Act. And in there, we're supposed to ensure the promotion and the provision of electronic communications network, as well as electronic communication services and connectivity for all. So in instances where there has been market failures, Chair, and unfortunately, despite the licensing regulations, as well as obligations imposed by operators, we've seen that. And the result of which has been that we've had to use our entities to close that gap. And we now appreciate to say, for us to have further reach, as according to the presentation that we made earlier, we definitely need the network access points that our sister entities can be able to provide. And we do appreciate that, because we've seen how we've been able to reach 1.8 million, how we've been able to ensure services, e-services, to the most rural and underserved communities in the country. And we still want to continue to see how many we can also then ensure that we connect moving forward. So we do appreciate, and we've taken note of all the comments that have been made by honorable members. We commit to say that in 6 months, or a time frame that has been described by from you, or directed from you, Chair, we will be able to come back to this forum to report on the progress that has been made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. We will accept the 6 months. Otherwise, you're going to clog our program with quarterly reporting. There was a question that was not answered, but can you please take it into your resuscitated task team? I think the main problem here is around the sustainability of all entities, not just ICT entities, where everybody is fighting for the slice of the pie in terms of commercializing these assets. If the principle is that we will leverage the state investment that has already been made, and amongst ourselves agree, colleagues just agree on wholesale rates, for example, the preferential rates that were being spoken about to BBI, where then there is excess that you can commercialize in a manner that makes sense for your own aspirations. I want to also indicate that as the portfolio committee, we will then also write to the various ministers with the recommendations of the portfolio committee as it relates to these issues. I don't want to delay you any further because members of parliament need to get to the House. But let me sincerely express the appreciation of the committee for you participating in this session. We will await those written answers. Mr. De Villiers, you've spoken about, and any other entity that believes that we do not have enough information to be able to continue to hold the department in particular, but government in general, accountable for realizing these objectives. And my last word is that we are not asking you anything new. We're just asking you to adhere to the laws that were developed by this parliament and the policies that were developed by yourselves in government to ensure that we're able to realize the goals that we've all set for ourselves. So without any further ado, I'm going to call the meeting to a close, but to also indicate to members that the items that we did not manage to get to today, we will reach out to you to request a special meeting just to consider our oversight report to Gauteng, the reports that were outstanding from the tours, and the minutes of this meeting. So it should be quite a short meeting, and then we'll proceed with our program as usual. Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is adjourned. Have a good day further. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.